Good morning. There we go. I'll try this again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. There we go. Welcome to day 2 of the Regulatory Reduction Task Force. At this time, I'll ask, are we live, ready to go online? Good. For
Chairman, we're
folks at
good.
Home. Can we call the roll, please?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, this is day 2 of the Regulatory Reduction Task Force, Thursday, September 21st, 2023. Roll call, Senator Ide. Senator Kolb.
Present.
Representative Conrad.
Excused.
Representative Davis. Director Matthews. Director Miyamoto. Director Parfit. Mr. Barron. Mr. Bebout.
Here.
Ms. Delancey. Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Martin. I do not see him online.
Excused.
Ms. Olson. Co-Chairman Nicholas. Chairman Grew.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Hank, and thank you, staff, for all your help so far. And I know we'll be ready, get us ready for today. Start with a couple of comments. First, for those of you who were here yesterday, this message comes from the school district, who is our host today. We're very appreciative. If you need to use the restroom, all you need to do is go out that door over there to your right and then turn to your left. If you turn to your right and go that way, you're going to be walking into an active school day, and happened quite a bit yesterday. And they asked that if you head to the bathroom, just head that way. That would help them out a lot. Next, I know we have a number of guests today that maybe this might be their first meeting or might be their first time testifying at a meeting of this type. And so the Management Council, as per their order, asks that we talk about the rules of decorum. When you are testifying today, if you notice, I didn't put a sign-up sheet out. And what we're going to do when we get to public comment, we've got 3 chairs up front. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask folks to come up and fill the 3 chairs, and then one can start talking, and then just start the next person, then the next person. As you finish, get up and exit, and have the next person come up and speak. So that way we can get as many people to speak as we can. We don't have a time limit on speeches. We would like to keep it brief. We would like you not to repeat things other people have said. If you have something to add, that would be helpful. But we'll have a time. I will call a time that we will have public comment, a time period. At the end, we're going to take a break. After that break, I will ask this committee if they would like to continue and hear more comment. If I don't hear any, we will close public comment at that time. So those of you who like to be the last one to talk, to be the last one to be the most effective, be careful. You might end up on the cutting room floor, as we say. So just get up, give your comments, and we'll keep it moving. And we want to hear from as many of you as possible. That's our goal today, is to learn. At our last meeting, we had a lot of talk. Yesterday, we talked about some issues with regard to agriculture and our energy industry. And today we're going to talk about housing. And so we're going to try to keep our comments dedicated towards those subjects and how we can help with statewide housing issues. As I said, statewide housing issues. And as you hear the testimony today, you'll kind of see the framing of what we're talking about. If you stray too far from that, I'm going to mention it to you that we need to stay on topic. And if you go what I think you're going too long, I'm going to give you a little sign like this, and that's going to say, wrap it up. Okay? Past that, you're to your own devices. So thank you. We'll begin today by asking the co-chairman if he has any comments. Mr. Co-chair.
Sorry. So I just wanted to put a little levity to this meeting. So we're sitting in the lunchroom of my 7th grade school. So back in the old days, we would have all our dances in this room. And so you'd have all the girls would be on this side of the room and all the boys would be on that side. And finally, one little guy would get up and go ask one person to dance. And then an hour later, everyone's just jigging all over the place. And so it's just fun to be back in this room. Across the hall was the principal's office. I was in there a few times. And I remember one time, our PE teacher, Mr. Murray, brought me down there by the ear and then took me into the principal's office, and I was waiting for the principal to come in, but he didn't come in. Instead, Mr. Murray went in and got a paddle and came back and gave me a paddle in that room over there. So anyway, fun times and growing up in Lander, Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, where's that paddle at now? Because I could take you to the woodshed and do a little. No.
I weigh 72 pounds.
Well, I think that does have some applicability to today. Yes, I look forward to a spirited discussion, and if we have to take anyone out to the principal's office, we'll send Co-Chair Nicholas out to help us out with that. You can be the sergeant of arms. I guess that was a speech, so you could be sergeant of arms today. Okay. Any other comments from our committee members? Any other strolls down memory lane? Anything else? Okay. Okay. Kelly, did you wanted to come up and talk to us today about the Montana bill that it was in your packet committee, and just kind of talk about some of the broad concepts there and just chat about that, and then we'll go to Matt.
Mr. Chairman, so one key bill was passed in the last Montana legislature's general session, which is Senate Bill 382, creating the Montana Land Use Planning Act. This bill rewrites the land use planning statutes that apply to towns and cities and counties of at least 70,000 people. It requires municipalities of 5,000 residents or more in the state's urban counties to plan for the housing they need to accommodate population growth. The act requires cities and county governments of the state's most populous counties to expand their proactive planning efforts and produce land use plans that inventory existing housing, analyze projected population growth, and determine specifically where construction of new homes should go for new residents. The act also makes an explicit effort to shift public participation in land use planning earlier in the process, inviting more public input as growth plans are being written and limiting public comment once specific projects are proposed. That's a brief description of the bill, Mr. Chairman. If there are any questions from the task force?
It's from the task force for Kelly. Yes, Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit of more of a background as to the premise of this bill. Has it been on the books a long time in Montana, where there's some issues going on within the state of Montana, similar to what we have in Wyoming, with certain counties feels one way, maybe the rest of Wyoming might feel a little differently. Was there any background like that going on, or is this something that just came out of a general consensus from some committee work or people all around the state of Montana?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bebout, this bill was a result, I believe, of the governor's task force on housing in Montana. They met during 2022, and there were two reports that came out of the task force, one centered on legislative efforts, and this bill was a result of that task force's findings.
Task forces reports.
Mr. Chairman, I can get you a copy of that report. It was included as a appendix in the first meeting's materials.
Okay.
Further questions for Kelly on the Montana bill? Questions? Okay, hearing none. Next, one of the issues that came up at our last meeting regarding this subject was the subject of local control. And to start that discussion, we have with us on Zoom Matt Albrecht, the Director of the Legislative Service Office, who's got a memo that's also in your packet. Director Albrecht, are you with us? I see you up there. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. Thanks for letting me appear via Zoom today. So my understanding was that the subcommittee on housing wanted kind of some background on local control issues within the state of Wyoming and also on when government action may constitute a taking. So I put together a little memo on local control and some of the issues that that the legislature can act on in that realm. And I think first, it's real important that you differentiate between counties and municipalities when we consider what the legislature can tell those two units of local government to do. Counties are wholly creatures of the state. They only have those powers that the state grants to them or that are necessarily implied for to fulfill their duties within state statute. So really the state legislature can deal with counties as they choose. I would say though, one caveat would be under Article 3, Section 27 of the Wyoming Constitution. You can't write a law that's so specific to only one county as to be special legislation. And, you know, we've dealt with that, especially you members on JAC, not so much with the county aspect, but if we're really being specific about a certain appropriation or a certain program we're trying to create, we can't make that so specific as to only really apply to one situation or one county. And that's one of the enumerated clauses in Article 3, Section 27. You can't micromanage at the county level within legislation. It would have to be legislation. I'm not saying it would have to apply statewide or uniformly, but it would definitely have to apply to more than one county or have the chance to apply to more than one county. And then as to municipalities, it's a different situation due to Article 13, Section 1 of the Wyoming Constitution. And that constitutional provision was adopted by the voters in 1972. It's what we all know as home rule. And unfortunately, it is not the clearest area of the law, as we would hope, especially in Wyoming. It has not been applied a lot, hasn't been really considered by the Wyoming Supreme Court on a bunch of considerations. But the general principles with home rule are this: that municipalities, all towns and counties, can govern their own affairs and adopt their own ordinances and statutes for those affairs, so long as they don't violate any state statute of uniform applicability, or if the state has otherwise preempted the field of regulation. If there's a statute that's on the books that's not uniformly applicable to all cities and towns, then under Article 13, Section 1, a municipality can adopt what's known as a charter ordinance to exempt themselves from that state statute. You know, I think it'd be a great question for Wham. I'm not aware of any charter ordinances that have been adopted under Article 13, Section 1, but there certainly could be. The thing is, it would have to be a law that's not uniformly applicable to all cities and towns, because if it is, by the very terms of Article 13, Section 1, a charter ordinance won't be effective. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, that's a broad overview of local control and where the legislature can act to determine local land use planning. As I pointed out in the memo, there's plenty of examples in statute currently where in both Title 15 and Title 18, where the legislature does just that, lays out local land use planning requirements and restrictions. I guess any questions, Mr. Chairman, on that?
Morning, Matt. The question I have is in the information you provided, there was a dissent by Justices Kite and Hill relative to some dealing with, I think with alcohol. Are there any land use planning documents or rules or set asides that the Supreme Court acted in the affirmative one way or another, where they looked at a law the legislature might have passed that they felt was in violation of home rule or whatever, dealing with land use planning only?
Mr. Chairman, Eli, good to see you. No, none that I found, Eli. You know, it was the two cases recently that have really been most on point with home rule was Justice Kite's dissent in that liquor case. And what the facts of that were is that, you know, we've got a statute on the books that says that if you serve alcohol legally, you're not responsible for any action then that person who has provided the alcohol, any injury that person may cause as a result of the alcohol. Well, the appellants in that case argued that while they may not have violated state statute in serving that alcohol, they violated town ordinances of Basin and I think Grable. These guys were drinking at two different bars that night, both owned by the same folks. And they should have the right to go argue that at the district court level, that was a violation that gave rise to liability. And Justice Kite would have found that the state hadn't preempted the field on alcohol regulation by the terms of that statute in Title 12. But that argument didn't carry the day. And though in a close case, 3-2 decision. The other case that's really on point and recent is the one out of Laramie with the enhanced DUI penalties. City of Laramie had some mandatory jail time for a certain blood alcohol content that was greater than what the city or what the state statutes provided. Laramie argued that the state statutes essentially were a floor and that they could have enhanced penalties above that. The Supreme Court didn't agree based on the language used in those DUI statutes. So Eli, what I did was kind of extrapolate that into the land use planning field, is that if we use some of those golden, magical words like all cities and towns shall, and it's the intent of the legislature that these regulations shall preempt the field of all regulations on whatever it might be, land use planning, then I think the court would find, hey, the legislature clearly intended that this land use plan is uniform throughout the state and that they meant to preempt the field.
Morning, Matt. So have you looked at, had the time to look at what other states have done with similar laws and how their jurisdictions have addressed this issue in terms of land use planning and or other types of actions by cities and or counties?
Mr. Chairman, I did. And, I think what Professor Rudolph said in his book in '85 holds true in 2023, that when you start talking about home rule, and there's 48 different states who have various types of home rule, they are all going to apply those home rule provisions differently. But those two guiding principles I talked about first, I think hold true in almost every state with some varying degrees of applicability, in that if there's no state statute directly on point, a municipality can essentially run till tackled. And if they can regulate their own affairs, and then if there's a statute on point, it's got to be uniformly applicable, or a city and town can adopt a charter ordinance to exempt themselves from that. And, there's various mechanisms how they can do that, either by simple majority of the governing body vote, 2/3 vote like it is in Wyoming, or by a vote of the people. Wyoming's kind of got both, a charter ordinance can get adopted by a 2/3 vote of the governing body of the municipality. but then can be overturned by a vote of the people in that municipality.
And Matt, did you have an opportunity to look at the Nolan Dolan line of cases that address what municipalities and or counties can do in terms of proportionality on any type of mitigation costs or expenses that are assessed to homeowners or property owners?
No, Mr. Chairman, I didn't look at those cases.
Thank you.
Further questions? Questions for Matt? Seeing none, Matt, if you would, I don't want to take up your whole day, but if you kind of stick around a little bit through these next conversations, because that might generate a question or two. If you could just keep an ear out for us.
Well, you bet, Mr. Chairman,
Appreciate
and maybe briefly too, I'll touch on that AG regulatory taking document that was handed out as well.
Please do.
So that was another question, Mr. Chairman, from the subcommittee on housing, is when would government action constitute a taking? And in 1995, the legislature requested that the Attorney General's office provide guidelines and a checklist for primarily for executive branch agencies when their regulations may constitute a taking. They're really applicable for local government actions as well. So AG's office sent us their latest version of that. It was compiled in 2023. First thing, it's kind of important to differentiate between the two types of potential takings. One is a physical taking where the government will actually take private property, turn it into government property for use, primarily roads, but for other things as well. And then that is the physical taking is different than what I think you're talking about, which is when a regulation may so strip private property owners of their expected economic benefit from that property that it can result in a government depredation of that benefit, and the landowner, the property owner, is then entitled to reasonable compensation for that. So, Mr. Chairman, I think when you look at regulatory taking, the courts seem to have adopted a real balancing test here that, what is the government interest in the regulation, and does that interest outweigh the economic benefit that was expected from the landowner in that property, and was the landowner's expectation in the property, in the economic benefits of the property, reasonable or not? And page 7 of this AG guidelines has a great review of when to kind of some factors to determine of whether a regulatory taking has occurred. First is whether the regulation predates acquisition. So if the regulation had been on the books prior to the property being acquired, it's really hard to argue that it was a taking. The property owner should have acquired that property with knowledge of the regulation in place. Whether the property is in a highly regulated field. So if you're going to use your property for say a bar or gaming, you should expect that those fields are highly regulated. It's harder to prove a taking there. The initially limited intentions of the property buyer. So if you bought the property just to have as a ranch, and then 10 years later you decided to subdivide it, and found out that there was a regulation in place, well, it might be harder to argue that it's a taking if your original intent wasn't to subdivide that property immediately. The buyer's awareness that obtaining a permit might be difficult, or if he paid a low price for the parcel of property, because it wasn't zoned potentially for whatever use that property owner wanted to use it for. And the primary expectations or uses for that property. So, you know, what that means is if you don't have, if your primary use of the property was intended to be residential, and if you've got a regulation that is interferes with that primary use, there's a potential for a taking there. Mr. Chairman, happy to discuss this any further, but that's kind of regulatory takings at a high level.
Questions from Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, I had a question about how applicable maybe looking at this as with the lens of a HOA, homeowners association. And somebody gets involved with the homeowners association and then they change the original agreement that they had when they had purchased in that development. And I just wondered, is there any background with the Supreme Court on that? Have they ruled in favor or against people who were involved in that situation? And I use that with the lens of looking at it as zoning. Zoning's kind of seems like an HOA agreement when you first bought property, and then they change zoning requirements in the future. I mean, we're talking about just about taking under that scenario would be more defendable. But is there any past information with the Supreme Court on how they've ruled on HOAs and situations where that has changed and people have brought suit against the HOA for some change that they disagreed with? That's my general question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, it's a good question. And there has been, you know, numerous Wyoming Supreme Court cases involving HOAs. But, you know, an HOA is a private actor. It's a private entity that those folks who are going to buy, you know, a parcel of land within that HOA section, they agree to be bound by. It's not a government action, so it wouldn't constitute any sort of government taking. And if you wanted anything else on HOAs, I'm no expert on them, but I can sure research it.
Just thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just I was thinking of it as, you know, I realize they're private, but the issue would be is, would the courts look at it in a similar way with the government acting as a private actor, because they are setting forth rules and regulations that then you as a person who purchased property. I was just trying to see if those two had any nexus, if you thought they did, as for an insight on how the court would feel about this, if we somehow limit someone's ability to do that, to make changes, I suppose, is what I'm thinking about. If you're trying to make a change to a current zoning regulation while after you've purchased said property in a certain zoned area, you know, what type of legal standing do you have to protest that with the government is my really overarching question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director.
Okay, I think there might have been a few different questions in there, Senator. So first one is, you know, an HOA action is really based on contract. So, you know, what does the terms of the HOA provide, and have they acted outside of the terms of that contract in adopting whatever regulation or whatever policy they're going to adopt? Now, if a government regulation changes after a property is bought, then I think that's exactly at the heart of a taking. You know, whether that government regulation rises to the level of a regulatory taking, and whether it so interferes with your private property rights that the government should compensate you for removing, you know, you hear about this is law school property 101, whether it removes, you know, one of the part of your bundle of rights that go with that property. So a lot of courts have found, regulation that to change your zoning requirement, you have to allow an easement for a public trail along your land. Well, that wasn't found to be enough of a public benefit or have enough nexus to a government action or to the rezoning itself that the landowner shouldn't be compensated for that, or that the requirement shouldn't be struck down as unconstitutional infringement on property.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on that line of thought, is that because the statute that involves that this particular section of law didn't explicitly state that you could not do that? So the court was left up to their interpretation of what they thought the intent of the legislative body was? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yeah, I mean, that definitely could have been that the statute was vague. I think it was probably more as applied, meaning that the statute itself wasn't vague, it was just unconstitutional as written. And as written, it constituted a taking.
Further questions? Okay, Matt, anything else for us?
No, but I'll hang around, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, next up, at this time, I'd like to ask Jeremiah Riemann from the County Commission Association and Mr. McLaurin from WAM to come up together. And yeah, Mayor Hall, if you'd like to come up as well. Also, while they're coming up, I'm sorry, we got, okay. And while you guys are getting settled, I want to recognize Representative Andrew Byron's in the room from Teton, Lincoln County. Welcome, Representative. Good to have you here. Mr. Riemann, floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Appreciate your continued attention to this incredibly important topic to a variety of counties across the state. Mr. Chairman, I was asked to do a few things during my testimony this morning. One was to provide you an update of the data collection that we have been undertaking, perhaps a little discussion around pre-application, and then more specifically to how counties in particular go about prioritizing various actions under existing state statute. Try and hit all of those, and certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Chairman, I did submit additional data to you in the spreadsheet that we've been developing. All of the text that shows in red constitutes the new information that we've been able to put into that. There are a couple of pieces that I should note of addition or change on Campbell County and under zoning regulations. I have that they do not have zoning regulations. That should have been a yes. Those are my big thumbs. And then for Carbon County under a major subdivision timeframe, as well as for Sweetwater County, that timeframe is roughly 6 to 8 months for a major subdivision. Mr. Chairman, some of my comments from here will kind of hit on some elements of this, but I didn't intend to go through that at great length. Mr. Chairman, to pre-application, there are some counties that have started that process, some formally, only actually a couple have done it more formally. But for the most part, counties have put forward that they're very open to that. So for example, if you go on Sweetwater County's website, as well as many others, they very clearly state up front, if you have a question about a particular permit that you might need for your activity, send us an email, give us a call. We want to be able to give you that information up front so that you're not submitting for the most inappropriate action, so that we can help you. So unfortunately, I don't have anything to suggest that it's a broad approach that counties are using very formally, but they do have informal mechanisms by which they're trying to capture counties into that. Mr. Chairman, where I wanted to spend the bulk of my time was to talk about that prioritization, if I could. And Mr. Hoversland had asked that I look at, in particular, statute 18.5.201, which gets to the heart of county zoning and regulatory authority. And that particular provision, I'm not going to read all of it, but I'll read the very start of it, states that to promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the county, each Board of County Commissioners may, and I want to emphasize the may, regulate and restrict, and it has a few pieces, but goes on to say for residents, recreation, agriculture, industry, commerce, public use, and other purposes in the unincorporated portion of the county. That unincorporated is important. We have an exemption from applying zoning at the county level to the municipal areas of the county. Just quickly, the first thing that I think comes into this conversation, and I'm looking at a lot of former county commissioners here, so you all are far better served to talk about this. But the first question that any county commissioner is going to ask under this particular provision is whether to act. Should you use this power that you have? And you see that in the data. Some of the counties have decided that in a lot of instances, they don't want to use their authority, whether that's in whole or in part. And that's appropriate. That is something that comes from your local constituency about what you would like to see in your particular community. So the first part of that again is whether to act, and part of that too is, do we act under these Title 18.5.201 statutes, or do we use other tools to try and work towards that promotion of public health, safety, morals, and general welfare? Can we use the powers of the budget to incentivize certain things? Can we use our general influence? And in regard, some counties have elected not to do that, but some have elected to use their zoning and regulatory authorities. And so that gets to the second part of that is, if you've made that decision, what extent do you want to use those authorities? It's an issue by issue analysis that you might want to go through, whether that's dealing with particular activities of residential, agriculture, commercial, industrial, and on, or is it specific to a particular need of a community? It can be partial, and you see that in the data that we've provided as well. Some counties only have partial zoning for their particular jurisdiction, and others apply their zoning regulations across the entirety of the county. Again, it's something that each county commission has to work through that calculus of what's most appropriate. I'll just use a couple of examples for you. Laramie County, and you see this in the data that you've received from Harvard about in particular lot sizes for development. Laramie County is a very unique community, well, ununique community in the fact that we don't have a whole lot of water resources, although we may be a little bit more strapped for some of those water resources. The city of Cheyenne is very fortunate to have a transbasin system to provide water. I'm very fortunate to be able to take advantage of that. Laramie County, not as much. And so they are looking at issues of groundwater control. They happen to be in a groundwater control area. And as such, the state engineer's office has said your minimum lot size should be 10 acres unless you can make a municipal connection to a water source. Unfortunately, we're not at that point. And so they have established minimum lot sizes of 10 acres. You'll see that happen in other jurisdictions where they may have 5-acre minimum lot sizes in the unincorporated area to deal with sewer and other wastewater issues that may be at hand. Again, unless you can make that connection to a municipal or other joint water source. Crook County, I'll just go there very quickly. It's a county that generally has not used its zoning and regulatory authority and has resisted that quite greatly. But I will say that the pandemic and the resulting land buys have really challenged them to consider whether they shouldn't at least have some minimum standards in place. They have a lot of people that have come in and bought up a lot of acreage with the intent of either using that themselves or subdividing it, and then come to the conclusion that the county should be providing broadband, water, roads, and all other public services. And the county is saying, no, that of course is not our responsibility. That was a decision you should have made. So they are looking at some minimum standards in that particular area to help them deal with those situations. And of course, other counties have as well. So, Mr. Chairman, moving on to the third consideration, of course, is, are there exemptions that exist? You all, or the legislature over time has, of course, put in place some exemptions to the county's authority in this particular space. And I provided that in a memo to you at your June meeting, but I'll just mention them very briefly. I already mentioned the municipal limitation. There is a limitation around the use and occupancy for the extraction and production of mineral resources. So in other words, counties don't have power, except for in a couple of instances, to dictate coal mining or oil and gas development and other things of that sort. There is also an exemption around residential and agricultural uses that were permitted under 185303, which deals with minimum lot size requirements. And that's something that has been acted on at various points in time over the course of time. And then the final one is something that just came into place as I was coming into this job, and that is the prohibition or exemption around the restriction or regulation of the location or buildings and structures related to private schools. And so that is one that has been added more recently. As you heard Mr. Obrecht say, we are creatures of the legislature, of state statute. We are your partners, but we are Dillon rule counties in the state of Wyoming. We do not have home rule. The municipalities are different, obviously. I will say all of this, of course, is subject to an overlay of a public process. So the county commissioners don't do these things without having to go through that very public process of having the community inform what they want to see relative to the rules and regulations that might be considered. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap up on a couple of things. One, I know that you had a very robust conversation yesterday around federal regulation, federal actions, and what they're imposing upon us as a state of Wyoming. I would just ask that you consider that very closely when you think about the work that you're doing and what you might bring forward relative to local governments, and that you not reciprocate in the way that the federal government is doing. Mr. Chairman, I'm glad that you're taking me up on my request to have others participate in this. I know you'll hear lots about Teton County. The problem for me is that this is not a Teton County issue. This is a statewide issue. And to that end, I have asked for a representative from Sheridan County to share with you some of their work. The city and county there have been actively looking at their own housing shortage issue and what they can do to affect change. They're very different than Teton County, and as a result, they're looking at things a little differently. The solutions that they're coming to are different. So I have asked Miss Jenny Kraft, who's the executive director of the Homer and Mildred Scott Foundation. She's also the chairwoman of the Sheridan County Attainable Housing Council to be available for you. I think she's online, and I would appreciate if she could have some time here this morning to share their story. It's a very brief story, but and they're very much in their infancy, but I think it's an important story for you to hear.
Jeremiah, question, do you want to have her speak now, or maybe when we have the folks, we're going to have a presentation from two other housing from Jackson and Teton County. It would be better to fit her in at that point?
Mr. Chairman, that works well.
Okay, thank you. We'll do that. So if you'll wait around, I see you up there. If you'll hang on for just a few minutes, we'll bring you along. Jeremiah, my first question for you, when last we met, and we got a lot of, testimony on this about, and you mentioned it, housing, it's a statewide issue and it's different in different areas. From the county perspective, touch on a little bit about what you're seeing out there in the counties and about what they feel are their needs and how they feel that, I understand, your comments too about what you're looking for us to do and maybe not to do, but from our standpoint, from the regulatory reduction standpoint, we've been told that, that regulation's standing in the way to a certain extent around the state in different types of housing. So kind of, what are you hearing out there? You heard the comments, and your commissioners heard the comments from our meeting. What kind of feedback have you been getting in specific? And just throw out a couple of examples, or, and I know we're going to hear from the folks in Sheridan and others, but about specifics, but what have you heard just in general?
Mr. Chairman, and you're focused on regulatory reduction. I would like to suggest that my comments would provide you with some solutions on regulatory reduction. But what I believe I'm hearing from communities is that they need a partner from the state in order to accomplish a few things. I mentioned Laramie County and the water issue that they have. Laramie County is very ready and willing to reduce its minimum lot size requirements, in particular in that groundwater control area, if it had better access to a water source. And I'm not here to point fingers at the municipality. They're very right to consider the issues of that transbasin system and what's going on with the Colorado River Compact, and to be cautious of wanting to allow additional users onto that system. But if provided some additional resources in that example to either of the partners or both, they would be able to bring down that minimum lot size requirement and build more dense developments in the unincorporated part of the county. So that's one example where I think we can partner with one another to do good things. I think the other thing that I'm hearing is less of a concern about, or at least commissioners are not feeling the pain of constituents saying, hey, this is a problem in terms of your regulatory structure. But if we had a partner to be able to get more roads and utilities, these other pieces of the equation that are very necessary in order to make connections, that would be helpful. I also think that we hear about financing in order to help some of these developers. It's great that the WCDA has a first-time home buyer program and some other elements of that nature. But from our perspective, they need more flexible options in order to assist local developers and local communities to bring about development. Mr. Chairman, again, I apologize that that's not regulatory reduction, but those are the things that I'm hearing from my members that could help us move the needle in this regard.
Thanks, Chairman. Further questions? Senator Ide.
Mr. Chairman, Jeremiah, good to see you here today. Two questions. One's a little bit of a follow-up from Co-Chairman Guru. And that would be, the heavy hand of the state. Is there specific examples where that you could inform us on what you're seeing that might be coming out of the state onto the counties? That'd be my first question. And the second question is, you're talking about it's a statewide issue. Can you narrow that down? I mean, is there 5 counties, 10 counties? Are all counties getting affected? I'm from Natrona County, and we've had a supply shortage for quite some time, since 2019 essentially. Can you give us a little more from your experience where you're seeing the heaviest problems with housing shortages in the state? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, great questions. I'll perhaps start with that second question first. It's my sense, this isn't scientific by any means, that this issue was very specific to a handful of counties pre-pandemic. Post-pandemic, it really has created a different situation where we're seeing issues more widespread across the state. We have more people that have purchased perhaps a second home that they're using as a short-term rental, and that's putting pressure on housing stock in many communities. It's taken it offline. But yeah, your own community is dealing with this. Laramie County, Sheridan County, you hear a lot in the Bighorn Basin. Park County certainly has had to look at some things differently. Short-term rentals is one of those spaces that they're trying to work with issues. You could look at Lincoln County, Teton County, Uinta. It really does go on. Prices have escalated. So all of them, in some ways, seem to be getting into this space of trying to figure out what the reaction is. And I won't say that from my perspective that it's regulatory, that communities are looking to move into that space. It's about trying to find partners, developers, the financiers, et cetera, that can help through that process. In terms of the heavy hand of the state, are you Can you help me understand what you might be thinking about there? I'm not hearing a tremendous amount of angst about our ability to work with the state. We have a couple of agencies, DEQ and State Engineer's Office come into this space a lot with county commissioners and county planners. I'm not hearing that they aren't or that they feel it's heavy-handed. What I do occasionally hear in that space is that when it comes to timelines, a county may have completed its process, but it's still waiting on a state agency to complete its process. And that's not for me to judge that. I don't know what that is, but I have heard some counties say we could get through this a little bit faster if we were all moving at the same speed.
Do you have a follow-up, Bob?
Yes, just real quick, Mr. Chairman, just to sort of answer that, and I didn't mean that as far as the heavy hand of the state. I was sort of playing off of your question on the robust conversations we had yesterday with regarding the heavy hand of the federal government, essentially. And you said you hoped that that wasn't the case with the counties versus the state. So that's why I was just sort of clawing in a little bit to see if there was something that you saw that the state was being overly zealous on the counties. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman and
Jeremiah, yeah.
Senator, to that question, I think it's more of a concern that could come in this particular space. There's certainly some ideas that some of us would suggest doesn't fit in some communities, and I think that's a decision at the local level, frankly. The concern being that this task force, the legislature, and others might come forward with solutions that take things off the table, solutions that might help communities, but don't come with something that actually is helpful. So if I were to suggest something, rather than coming in and saying, don't do this, and adding more exemptions to the book, give us some incentives to do something different that we all can agree could help us solve the solution, and not just take things off the table that ultimately are probably going to do more harm than good, because we now have one less tool.
Ms. Delancey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Reeman, for being here. I really appreciate you making the trip up here to help us as a task force. So I think I'm hearing something a little different than you're hearing as far as being a member of this task force working on this topic. I'm hearing, and I think maybe it's fair to say others on this task force are probably hearing the same thing, but that there's enormous frustration from either existing property owners or prospective property owners, in the sense that restrictions or regulations are causing economic harm to the property owner. And it's kind of a conundrum because we have a housing shortage in Wyoming. We have property owners that want to enhance their property, make some changes to their property to try to help us solve that shortage or solution, only to be met with what's perceived as unreasonable regulation or restriction, which prohibits them from trying to solve the problem that I think is very, important to all of us here. So, to me, I think the issue, really is not necessarily, coming in as was discussed, the heavy hand of the state or this task force or the legislature acting in a manner the way the federal government treats us as a state. I'm more interested in trying to find solutions and look to you and the others in the room today to help us figure out how we address that delicate balance of allowing property owners to use their property in a way that is reasonable and consistent and actually helps us solve, our problem as far as the shortage. And to me, it just, as a property owner myself, the lack of coordination at times amongst all the entities that are in this discussion. I mean, you clicked off quite a few state agencies, local folks that chime in. And I think that, you know, figuring out a clearer path forward for someone who's looking to make a change to their property that they don't think they can, and then all of a sudden they can, and now their project, they have to spend another $5,000 on architectural design, you know, like, it just feels that there's a lot of pressure in the system. And, you know, for me as a task force member, I'm really interested in trying to help us all move forward with some solutions that are reasonable. But how do you respond to that? I mean, are you hearing a sense of frustration, or how, you know, how do we find that delicate balance of allowing property owners the ability to utilize their property, especially when they're trying to help solve the shortage? Have you given some thought from the county level about additional tools that are needed in the toolbox to help us achieve that goal?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Delancey, appreciate that question. And I'm not ignorant to the frustrations that seem to come from one county. I don't hear that level of frustration in other communities. And that's why I felt it was important that you hear from the local governmental entities that are trying to work through those issues and some of the things that they might need in order to help move through the process or to help developers move through that process more expeditiously and help us solve our issues collectively. I do think it is moving towards, again, incentivizing some other decision, give us more tools. As I mentioned from the very beginning, counties are creatures of the state. And so we cannot do what you have not granted us, or the legislature has not granted us the power to do. So we are limited in some regard. So I do think it's more tools. I wish I had all of those answers of what those particular tools are. I do think it is a financing is part of this. I do think that us road mapping some of these processes so that developers can work through that. I do think it's partly a public process to ensure that we don't have as much NIMBY as we do, not in my backyard. I think that's what the Montana legislation was trying to get at, is to be yes in my backyard a bit more. I'm intrigued by what Montana has done there. I am a little concerned, though, that it adds a lot of administrative process back into the system when we're trying to actually get people to get through the process right now. So I do think that there are some interesting pieces out there. Again, I wish I had all the answers, but I think we have a good brain trust in the room that can help us work towards that.
Follow up, Mr. Lancey? Mr. Barron?
Maya, it's good to see you. Thank you for making the time and the effort to come here. Thank you all for making the time to dedicate a day to helping inform this task force. Is really important statewide issue, the housing need and the inability to get started housing on the ground in many Wyoming communities. Jeremiah, in your survey, you have under Teton County a grading permit 45 days, a use permit 45 days. This certainly has not been my experience or the experience of my constituents. In fact, grading permits. Have you asked Teton County what the actual timeframes are to achieve a grading permit or a building permit in Teton County for by right development?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Barron, good to see you as well. Appreciate the question. This survey is one that we put out to all of the counties to try and get responses on. In fairness to the counties, I've hit them with more requests for data this year than I've ever put out to them. And so we haven't gotten complete response from all of the counties. And you see that there is a lack of some data in some of these spaces. So we've had to do our own research and augment this just a little bit. So I can't tell you with great confidence about what Teton County's timeframes are. we'll continue to work on that, but this is the data that we have at this point.
Follow up?
And not to diss Teton County, everybody's working hard, but we create more and more regulations that are more and more Byzantine, convoluted, super restrictive, and grading permit can take several months, does take several months, and a building permit for a by right accessory residential unit, 10 months. And those are the results we're getting through the regulations we're creating. Thank you.
Senator Kolb and then Senator Bebo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Jeremiah. Nice to see you this morning. I had a couple broad questions. The first one was about mandates on timing for issuance of said permits. It seems kind of, I guess, a little counterintuitive that it's in the fairness world that you have a permit process you're going through, yet you can take a very long time to issue said permit. I think if you're going to take the onus of the regulation upon you to make this decision, I think you have an obligation to the public to put that decision out in a timely manner. So if you want to do it, I think maybe there's a conversation could be had about what is a time frame for mandatory adjudication of said permit, and they have to come up with a decision. If not, they get the permit. I think that's one. And the second one is do you think the time periods for public notice are appropriate when it comes to the permitting process? I mean, we're talking about the counties now specifically, of course. Do you think that there's any room there for making those notice periods less? And I realize it's a delicate balance between public notice and the process, because I think everyone, I've heard it, I didn't know. Well, no matter what you do, a lot of folks will never know. But what do you think is a fair time frame? And are we doing that now, or maybe can we make that a tighter time frame and still be fair to the public for public notice? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, good to see you as well. And I'm kind of taken to your conversation yesterday, and perhaps we'll continue today about how we deal with not exceeding state authority or parameters for regulations, or perhaps not exceeding federal and the complication of doing that. And while I'd like to say that it's appropriate to set a deadline and a permit is then authorized if it's not acted upon, it's unfortunately not that simple. And I don't have a full answer on what each of these timelines should look like. Part of it is I don't deal in this world on a daily basis, or very often for that matter at all. But part of it is the public process timelines by which you all have prescribed that we have to adhere to as we go through these processes, whether that's to even establish our regulations or to deal with various permits. Part of that is timing from when it is completed at a staff level and gets to a board decision level. Those can be different. Part of it is who else is involved in that process. Through this conversation that we've had with a few county planners, a number of them have said, hey, I get that permit and I act on it myself the next day, but I've got to wait several weeks for these other people to act in order for us to actually move that. And so we have to take all of that in totality into consideration about how we go about this. I do think that there is some opportunity to right size some of our public comment processes and maybe follow what Montana did with some of the statutes that they enacted there. So we don't have veto authority in certain people's possession that are outside of the process, trying to get more of the consideration of issues up front rather than later, and somebody comes in and steamrolls something at the very end. I think all of those are worth our consideration as part of this.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up. Jeremiah, specifically, I'm talking about, I'm gonna use the word egregious uses of government to stretch out a permit application project, time frame for acceptance or denial. Could we agree that we could talk about a time period that certainly goes beyond the pale and put a deadline to it? And I don't want to make an attorney joke here, but seems like people get motivated towards the end and things get done. So I was really talking about that. I mean, there's reasonable things that happen. And I do agree with what you've said that, you know, the department may approve it and then the Board of County Commissioners has to, and it takes a commenting period and such. But I meant, it just bothers me that government goes forth and makes a rule, right? And then lollygags around about executing said rule at the cost of the person wishing to do something. And that's really where I was coming from. So if you could really talk about some sort of maximums, that's really, that was where I was wanted to focus for time periods. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, I don't have any disagreement with the notion that these things should not take years, that we shouldn't be taking tens of months in order to make some of these decisions, except in the most complicated of situations. And so I'm not opposed to the notion that we might look at timelines as part of this process to right size things.
Okay, well, we have the staff look up the word lollygag in statute. I'll go to Senator Bebout. Senator Bebout. Chairman Bar. Yeah, Senator Bebout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you mention lollygag because you knew I had a question? Is that where you're going?
No, sir.
A couple of things, Jeremiah. And one is Senator Ide said a little bit about it, but there's a lot of frustration from this committee and the state relative to what's the overreach of government. And clearly, you know, cooperating agency status is granted by the BLM when we get into these RMP. Have the counties been allowed that in the RMP for Sweetwater and also for Buffalo RMP? Have you had a seat at the table?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bebout, yes, counties are participating as cooperating agencies in all of those processes. We're cooperating agencies, but we don't feel like we're being cooperated with. You know, having meetings to discuss some of these issues, that's just not happening. Rock Springs RMP, we've been having those discussions for nearly a decade. I remember the first of those meetings when I was in the governor's office. Fast forward, and the local governments are surprised by the decision made by the agency because they had been working towards other solutions in that particular area. So yes, we are cooperating agencies, but we don't feel that we're true partners in that process of late.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, you know, I don't know what you do other than you slap them alongside the head, but clearly, you know, you're there for a reason, and you come out with these preferred alternatives, and they have one clear over here that none of us like, which is pretty much where they usually are, and we would love to be over here, and you know, that's what you're supposed to be able to hash out, and just not happening, is it, Jeremiah? I mean, they have a predetermined idea what they're going to do, and they do it. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, from my days working on these issues in the trenches, it has changed 360 degree. I mean, the reality is that you know, we're being pushed further and further to the side, and decisions are already made well before processes are starting. At least that's the way it feels to us at this point in time, and that's deeply frustrating. And it's not just the outcome of the resource management plans, but if you look at the CEQ regulations that they're currently working to change, they're looking to reduce our ability to participate as cooperating agencies, constrain what we're allowed to actually consider as cooperating agency status, which could dramatically change how Wyoming counties participate in these processes. We've been the most active state in the union when it comes to these processes, and I'm really proud of that. And that goes back to Ms. Delancey's time at the association and has continued. We have a lot to be proud of, but that seems to be diminishing, at least based on the direction that the federal Department of the Interior and as well as the USDA are headed.
And Mr. Chairman, I wish I had a solution in that regard. I guess we just keep fighting the good fight, and you know, I think someone mentioned yesterday the real way this will turn is to have a different person in the White House, and maybe that's what we do. We fight the good fight and wait to see what happens on that. I don't have a solution. I do have a very specific question. And did the legislature ever authorize local governments to mitigate housing development on private property? I don't remember us ever doing that. Did we do that?
Mr.
Mike?
Chairman, Mr. Bebout, I would keep wanting to call you Senator Bebout. Maybe I should. I'm just so used to it. Mr. Chairman, I think if you went through the statutes word by word, you wouldn't necessarily find that. But I think as you'll hear and as you have that information, it's an extension of the powers that you've granted under 18.5.201 in order to deal with the issues that we experience in trying to protect that public health, safety, and general welfare of the county. So it's an extension of that particular power that you have granted to counties.
It's really interesting what the word mitigate means to you, to me, to different people. And so we'll have some more discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. And Jeremiah, and everyone's edification, Senator Ide, Senator Kolb, and myself were appointed by President Driscoll to serve on this committee. The governor appointed former Senator Bebout, but to me, and I know Jeremiah feels the same way, not only is he a friend, he's a mentor. He was my boss on Appropriations Committee. And as we say in the Senate, once a senator, always a senator. So when we call him Senator Bebout, that is where it's with affection and respect. Senator Bebout, thank you.
Affection, I like that. But I do agree with once a senator, I guess always a senator. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Further questions for Jeremiah? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Senator Kolb.
Jeremiah, being the Rock Springs RMP was brought up, do you intend to comment? And if so, as a county commissioner association, if so, when do you think you'd be able to send that comment out? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, and maybe just as background for the groups and the public listening. So we as an association are very active when it comes to these natural resource issues. And we're very fortunate that starting under Governor Friedenthal, they afforded us resources from a state appropriation. It's the Federal Natural Resource Policy account. And that actually under Cindy's leadership allowed for us to bring on a natural resource attorney. And over the course of all of these years, we've kept that position filled and very active. And so right now we have a young man, Micah Christensen, who fills that particular seat. And the concept is that our county attorneys across the state really don't have enough time to deal with these natural resource issues, or for that matter, counties don't have the ability to hire a natural resource attorney for themselves in every case. So we as an association can offer them that particular service. And so right now, Micah is working with the Sweetwater County Commissioners as we review that particular document, as well as the other counties that are part of that process and the other cooperating agencies. So it is something that we take very seriously. We will be commenting on that, as well as a slew of other processes, greater sage grouse. In fact, we have 16 counties bound together through an MOU that are working on the sage grouse review right now. 3 others are working independently of that group. So 19 of the 23 are working on grouse. But yes, absolutely, we will be very active in this space and continue to be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Timeframe. When do you think you'd be able to have this completed? So we could all see it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding we're in the 90-day public comment period right now, and I expect that our comments will come right at the end of that. And I apologize, I don't know when that deadline is off the top of my head. I did see that Sweetwater County yesterday requested an extension to 120 days. We'll evaluate that and see if we want to support that extension. I suspect we would, but it'll come at the end of that process, and we'd be happy to share our comments with the group.
Okay. Jeremiah, we've peppered you pretty good. We're going to give you a break. Now we're going to turn over to the next 2 fine gentlemen here, Mayor Hall and Mr. McLaurin from the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Bob, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bob McLaurin. I'm with WHAM. Mayor Hall is going to make our presentation today, but just briefly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. And like the counties, we're creatures of the state. As you heard earlier from the LSO director, the principal difference is we're not under Dillon's rule. We have the ability to have home rule. You know, Article 13, Section 1B of the Constitution provides that all cities and towns are hereby empowered to determine their local affairs and government. We take that responsibility very seriously. But we do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and to work with you. We do consider the state partners in the development of the state and look forward to working with you. Having said that, I'll turn it over to my boss, the president of the league. Oh, yeah. And there was a question earlier about charter ordinances. I don't know specifically about charter ordinances. I know the town of Jackson has passed the charter ordinance in 1977 that established their own structure of government. And it's been in place, like I said, for about since 1977. But we believe charter ordinances give us a little more authority than the counties have currently.
Good morning, Mayor Hall.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Before I start with that, is there any questions for Mr. McLaren about home rule charter ordinance? Any of those covers?
Try to hold them till you're finished.
Hold them until I get finished. Okay. So I do appreciate your time. I appreciate the task force looking into this, especially as it pertains to the housing issue. I've been a part of a lot of different groups in the last few years as far as to trying to delve in to the housing issue, what's happening. When I think about things, obviously I think about my own hometown as mayor of Cody, Wyoming, and a little bit of some of the growing pains that we're going through. I believe if you think about Teton and Jackson Hole, you know, they've been grappling with their housing issues and their development issues for, it seems like, since Bob was probably their city manager over 20 years ago. I think, right, Bob? Don't want to date you too much, but so for us, the last few years, or last, I would say, since I've been on council in 2016, you know, we've really prided ourselves in our municipality to protect property rights, to give the developers, to give individuals as much opportunity as they can through our codes and our ordinances, the ability to do what they want with their properties. And for the most part, that seemed to have functioned okay. Recently, we had in our rural residential area, some good folks from the LDS Church want to come in and build a temple. There's a lot of people upset about that. It's, I think it'll end up being a beautiful building. Should it be built there? I can tell you there's a lot of lawsuits in the way of some of that construction. And really, as a community leader, what we're seeing is a lot of feedback from people that are upset about how that happened. And I point to our code and say, we try and make it as flexible as possible for people to want to do these kind of things, want to do what they want with their property. As a property owner, he gifted the land to the church of which he's a part of, and they want to build a temple there. And a lot of people don't want to see that built there. I think as we kind of start to review our process at the city, now we have a lot of people that take a look at the master plan that we created in 2014. They want to see us start implementing things into our ordinances. They want to see more, for lack of a better word, regulation or some more control over what's happening in our areas. And really, as it pertains to the city of Cody, I mean, this is obviously a very punctuated example, but even within the last few years, as we see people moving in, we see housing getting bought up for second homes, for Airbnbs. You know, we're just facing a lot of challenges within the community that we're trying to grapple with. And doing our very best, actually, to really reach out, to listen to the public and hear what their concerns are. But that public is pushing us to try and do things to make sure that they have some say-so of what their towns are going to look like in the future. And so it's a real interesting situation, really. And I mean, we're very, and many of us still hold to these property rights. It's one of our priorities, but yet trying to get it done in a way, or trying to thread this growth that a lot of our state is seeing in a way to try and meet everyone's needs, to make everyone happy. I do think that some of the solutions obviously is density, is trying to move people into, you know, the areas of the state that have the expertise, like the municipalities. You know, we know how to take a block or take a square chunk of land and cut it up into 5,000 square foot lots and make that affordable for people to live in, using our zoning rules and regulations to try and say what can go where, so that we can try and keep some of those, you know, keep some affordability in play. You know, and really to touch on the density thing, and maybe even to talk a little bit about how, or what I've seen, how the legislature and even the county government and the city government has worked together. So for Park County, and I don't know how many more people we had moving into Park County, but prior to, or at least for the most part, for the last 10 years or whatever, all the rural areas rely on septic systems and, of course, rural water development. Right now, our Northwest Rural Water is taking no more taps. They are done. So they cannot handle any more rural water people coming in. The septic receiver station that Park County has been using for, well, probably 60 or 70 years. It is, in the past 3 years, starting to overflow. And the DEQ has come in and said that this is no longer, it got grandfathered in, but now it is no longer anything that they can allow to go forward. To getting to the point of my story, the legislature, of course, freed up some funds, $50 million through the ARPA for water and wastewater grants. The Park County Commissioners, through collaboration with the city of Cody, decided to go get a grant to build a septic receiver station that will attach itself to our wastewater facility, where we have the expertise, where we've been monitored for years and years by the DEQ with our discharges back into the water, discharging cleaner water than when we're taking out of the Shoshone. But we're going to set that up so those rural residents can bring that to the town so we can take care of that issue. But I mean, that's just another example of how, you know, these people in the rural areas have come in, and the infrastructure really isn't in place to, you know, to handle a lot of that. And I'd like to point out too, that per that $50 million, which is great. And I believe there was a couple different tranches that were put out. But if you looked at the amount of grants for water, wastewater that were asked, there were $250 million in asks. So you still have $200 million in infrastructure projects, I should say, we have $200 million in infrastructure projects still looming out there, looking for a way to help. And obviously, and we really appreciate it. That's where the legislature can come in and try and provide those grants, be it through SLIB or the Water Development Fund. So I think that is certainly a win. I think some of the things that would probably help, at least for development within municipalities, probably is, I don't know, some of the more recent things, obviously the extraterritorial jurisdiction thing makes it a little bit harder for municipalities to try and want to annex property for developments that are right outside of town. Some of the annexation processes can be a little bit more onerous, but really around town, I mean, some of the growth, if we can get some city growth in some of those areas, and really I'm speaking almost directly from my own hometown of Cody. I mean, we have a 77-acre parcel that's adjacent to town. If I can get that gentleman to want to annex that property in, then I can build 2 or 3 times the amount of homes and even commercial activity area than what can be done in the county. And therefore kind of helping the situation that we have in Park County that is unfortunately looking more and more like our good friends in Teton County. And so we're trying to stave off some of those things, but I do really appreciate the task force working on this. I understand that I look around the room, I see all these faces. We all want to try and work towards the same goals here. And WHAM and WCC are certainly here to help. I would like to say, though, that the regulations aren't necessarily the problem for growth. In fact, there are a way that we can find solutions in order to deal with that growth. And I think that when the legislature does come in, as Mr. Olbrook said, with a kind of a one-size-fits-all rule or statute change, it might work great for Teton County, or it might solve something in Teton County, but the collateral of that can cause all kinds of heck in other areas in the state and other municipalities. So I think as you kind of think about some of the regulations in place that can cause problems, if you start taking an axe and cutting those things away, what I think you're really going to end up with is some uncontrolled growth. And I can say firsthand, a bunch of lawsuits, because that's exactly what we have going on in Cody with it pertains to our most recent addition coming into our town. But anyway, I do appreciate everyone looking into this, and I do think that we definitely can come up with some good solutions. And with that, I would hope that you get a lot of information from our friends here from Jackson and Teton County and allow them to speak and give their concerns. But certainly allow our local governments, allow your local governments to do their job to help solve some of these problems. Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor Hall. Question for you. And I know you're here as president of WHAM, but since you're Mayor Cody, and don't worry, I'm not going to ask you about the church. I'll stay away from that one. I'm getting a whole religion man at me. But now, from your perspective as a mayor, and you've been mayor for a while, for you and what you hear and what you see, City Hall and just walking up in town day to day, what does affordable workforce housing mean to you? When I say that term, what comes into your mind? And you talked about that 77-acre parcel that, that you envision, maybe coming into town to help solve that, but and the constraints on the sewer plant and all that. But what does it mean to you about affordable housing? What's it mean to your community?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, affordable housing comes down to the people that actually really work there, the people that provide services for our community, that help with growth. I mean, our biggest employer is Cody Regional Health. They have about 650 employees there. Every year we want to bring in more nurses. Well, those nurses making the median income in Park County is $65,000, and they cannot afford to buy a home. Right now, the median house price, I think, inside the city limits of Cody is above $400,000. good news, it is coming down. And it does make me think that a lot of our housing situations do have to do with the market. But anyway, it's trying to help people in our area, much like Teton County, we're service-based industry primarily with tourism, trying to find people that can walk, they're able to walk to work to go do those service jobs, that can afford to rent in a place that is not too far from their work so they can afford to live in town. And right now we are pricing them completely out of that market. Rentals, purchasing homes. I will touch on the Airbnb thing really quick. We have 4,500 utilities inside the city, utility bills inside the city limits of Cody, and 150 of those are short-term rentals. Albeit not a huge problem, but those are 150 homes now that aren't getting used for local workers really to be able to do things. But I do think that there's an obvious niche for those groups, but I just wanted to bring that up, at least as far as numbers, as far as the Airbnb aspect goes.
Just to follow up, Mayor Hall, you mentioned your local healthcare provider. Are they involved in housing for their own employees in any way?
Mr. Chairman, yes, they are. I believe they probably own, at least around the hospital, probably 4 or 5 residences. And they, in effect, with some of the conversations I've had with the developer I referenced, as well as other developers around town, that's something that the hospital, of course, our Center of the West, want to try and coordinate. So when they do have some new development in those areas, we can have some, we're getting into where we need to try and think about employee housing in our area. And who'd have thought we would be in that situation in Cody?
So suffice it to say then that the bigger employees at Buffalo Bill Center, they're kind of trying to collaborate with you, with city, to try to work on some of these issues.
Mr. Chairman, yes, they are.
Okay. Further questions? Senator.
Sharon, morning, Mayor. I guess I'm a little bit baffled on this extraterritorial jurisdiction comment you made. And then you also made a comment that you're working with landowners trying to, get them to go along with annexation, which I guess I always assumed was the issue. Now, I don't know why you brought the extraterritorial jurisdiction up. I'm just confused on why that is such a big deal still. Are you not having cooperation with you and the county folks, or just could you elaborate on that subject for me? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cole. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on that as it pertains to us personally. When next to that 77 acres, it's already developed really by the county standards. And if we wanted to go out, or if people wanted to come in and annex, then there's just a lot that we need to try and do as far as the streets and curbs and gutters in order to line up with those things. Really, that being said, though, in Park County, we can play well with our commissioners. And so those development things aren't really an issue, at least from my town. I will say that the Park County commissioners also have started doing their own land use plan, and they're working tightly with a lot of the planners in the city of Powell and Cody and town of Meeteetse. So I think as it pertains to our area, it's not really an issue. So I apologize for bringing that up if there's any confusion.
Senator Ide.
Chairman, I guess, explain to me, I don't think Cody's is landlocked as, say, a municipality like Jackson Hole. And you talk about the 77 acre parcel, potential development property to annex. Assumably there's more of those that people are looking at up there around Cody. And why isn't the demand getting, filled from developers with all of the, there's a lot of demand and limited supply. Usually the market tries to adjust and people come in to capitalize on that. Developers do and home builders. Is there a reason why that isn't more aggressive right now? And maybe explain that to us. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mayor,
Senator Ide. I think that question has some complexities to it. I think it has a lot to do with the economy. It has a lot to do with building material prices. It has a lot to do with, from 2008, we had people stop building as much. And so they didn't really keep up with the steady demand. And so it has kind of come into this perfect kind of storm, really, where we're at. Those developers outside of town, I think they're more than willing to come in. I think some of it is they're looking at their pricing and they're trying to gauge on what the market's going to do. It's a lengthy process, though, especially when we're talking about bringing in 77 acres into town. Mayors tend to be action oriented a little bit, and so I want to see 400 or 500 homes built right now. My public works director is telling me, well, maybe 3 or 4 years from now, we'll have infrastructure in place and then we can start to go to that. So it's a process that we're working with developers to try and do what we can to get kind of people off the tilt to start doing building. But it does have a lot to do, I think, with a lot of factors that are just really out of our control as far as national prices and materials and then even lack of builders in our area right now.
All up. Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just an observation, Wyoming is a boom and bust culture. Would you agree with that? And the problems that you're bringing forth here, you earlier stated that you've been working on for 20 years. What additional regulations have occurred over the last 20 years that don't seem to be working? Is there a way of repealing them, or, are we just still the same over and over and over is what I'm hearing here? And that's just a question and an observation of how do we address that,
Senator Greer, Representative Davis. Well, the 20 years I was referenced to Teton County and Jackson. We're getting into these problems, these growing pains within Park County. I think what we kind of more or less have on the books within the city of Cody is helping us deal with this. I think that if you tried to remove things, then it would probably hurt our ability to try and address some of these housing problems.
Oh, Senator Bebo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, I really believe the private sector, given the tools, is a way to go on anything you really deal with, whatever it might be. And government's role is to provide the tools and get out of the way and let them do what they do. But sometimes you need to have government and there's a place for them, and it's a fine line that you have to follow. The question I have in your particular community, the Cody, have you ever thought about assessing a tax or a fee or whatever to mitigate this on the private property owners to get something done? I mean, some counties are doing that. I know one of them particularly. Have you ever thought about that? To me, that's something I just really don't like the idea of just from the top of my head. But have you thought about it, or is that something Cody's considered?
Mr. Chairman, former Senator Bebout, our community and our county leadership, we meet probably quarterly. So all the mayors and city administrators meet with the county commissioners 4 times a year. And within those conversations is almost very, I would say the majority of it a lot of times is, what are we going to do about how to kind of raise revenue, and what can we do with those revenues once we get there? To answer your question, yeah, we've tried. I think our citizenry has pushed back. We tried passing a general purpose tax in 2020, and that went down resoundingly. It failed. I think within the city of Cody, we're looking for opportunities as far as with those taxes to try and find where we can do a special purpose tax for things. Maybe to try and pay for some of these infrastructures. But overall, we've been told time and again by our citizens within Park County that to not tax us anymore. They have a very negative impression of any kind of tax, regardless of how. And really in the city of Cody, we don't frame up anything sexy when we go after those special purpose taxes. It's chip seal or water lines or those kind of things. And yet sometimes, we still get pushback from a lot of pretty vocal people within our county. But yeah, I do totally agree with you. It's certainly there a way that's a resource that should be utilized. And I think for a lot of the other counties and cities around the state, it does get utilized.
One of the ideas in Fremont County is similar to Park County. We're really don't like taxes. We never have, we never will. But what we have done is we've gone out and got a special purpose tax countywide. And we've implemented that. And what we've done to the people is we said, here's what we're going to spend the money on specifically, rather than just say, here's $1 million, give us the money, and then let the elected officials run with it. We've been very specific. And we talked about where we're going to spend it. And it's been road projects. It's been some sewer lines, water lines. And the people recognize that. And then, the first time it was a close vote to get it done. And it worked so well that the second time around, it was more affirmative in doing that. So might be something to think about. It has worked in Fremont County, and we're really seeing the benefits of it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, former Senator Bebout. I'll talk to you about on the golf course one of these days. Yeah.
I'm going to kick us off, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. My name is April Norton, and I am the director of the Town of Jackson and Teton County's Housing Department. Thanks so much for having me here today. Appreciate your time. I sent you all some information in the packet. I hope you've had time to review that. I'm going to hit on a couple of key points there. I'm going to keep this short, and I'm happy to answer any questions you all have after I'm finished. I want to first set the stage for you all. Our local affordable workforce housing program really is about families and individuals who are making their homes and lives in Jackson and Teton County. It's about creating neighborhoods, maintaining a stable workforce, keeping the lights on, making sure that we have nurses, plumbers, teachers, plow drivers, and volunteers to sustain our community. I'll just share a personal anecdote. My children are elementary school students, and their teachers are affordable homeowners. And the only reason that they are able to have high quality education really where we live is because of our affordable workforce housing program, something we're really proud of. We currently have about 1,500 permanently deed restricted homes for local workers and their families in Teton County. And our most recent housing needs assessment tells us that we need about 2,000 more of those homes. To address this need, we've really recently changed the way we do business. In the past, we, the government, used to go out and buy land and then build affordable workforce housing projects. In recent years, we've really switched that approach, and we now focus on public-private partnerships to build affordable workforce housing. We provide land and money to private sector developers, and these might include nonprofit developers like Habitat for Humanity, for-profit developers, and even sometimes philanthropists and mission investors. They go out and they build the housing. This helps to mitigate our risk, the public's risk of cost overruns. We've seen that most recently. We had a couple of projects that had close to 7-digit cost overruns. It's pretty dynamic time to be building right now, but we were able to protect the public from that, from those cost overruns. In the past, we really could only do 1 or 2 projects at a time. Right now, we have 4 projects going today. And again, through public-private partnerships, we're able to spread out our money and our risk, partnering with people who have expertise in the development side. That doesn't include us here in the government. The other thing we've done most recently is we've looked at our zoning and created some incentive tools for private sector developers to really start to build affordable workforce housing without government intervention. I want to highlight one of those tools, and I highlighted it in the packet, our density bonus tool. We've seen 270 homes built by private sector developers utilizing this tool. We have another 200 or so coming online in the next couple of years. That's a huge success story for us where we live, and we're really proud of it. I'm sure Mr. Sinclair will talk more a little bit about zoning and planning stuff, but that's one that I'm really excited about. In total, we have about 900 new permanently protected homes for our local workers and their families in the pipeline. And I think that that really reflects a measured and balanced approach that we're taking right now, focusing on public-private partnerships and incentives to work with the private sector to get affordable workforce housing built. With that, I'll stop talking. Happy to answer any questions you all have. Thanks for your time again.
Questions from Ms. Norton? Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. The question was, you mentioned volunteers you have housing. So we started off with people that I consider probably fairly essential, to say that, tradesmen, things of that nature. And then, so how much percentage wise are you housing and volunteers in this program?
Great question, Senator Kolb. Thank you so much for that. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb. Our program requires that the people who live in our homes work full-time locally. So everyone works full-time locally. And then people who live locally and don't have to drive an hour and a half to get home, they have more time to volunteer. And I'll use a couple of examples. I'm a volunteer soccer coach for my kids, really into it right now. When I'm out on the field, I can look around, and about half of the coaches that are out there live in affordable housing. They also have time to volunteer to be soccer coaches. That extends to our volunteer fire EMS. It extends to our search and rescue members and other volunteers in the Valley.
So if I can follow, so April, so what I just heard you say is that it's not necessarily a volunteer that makes you qualified to be in an affordable home. That's an adjunct to, or a byproduct of. You have say an EMT who works there, and then they volunteer because of that. What
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another quick question on land availability. You would probably be a good resource to answer a question there. There again, lack of supply, a lot of demand. I know you're surrounded by national forest and a lot of issues there. Is that the root of the problem? And then can private developers, when they build something, obviously they're going to go to where they can make the biggest margins on their construction projects and their development. Are there private developers looking to do lower end? I don't know if I don't. It's hard to use all of the words affordable housing, whether it's subsidized or not subsidized, but sort of market rate housing that isn't subsidized by the government. It's kind of a broad questions there, but you might be able to hit on some of them. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, thanks for the question. I'm going to try to answer what I think you asked. And if I don't answer it, you let me know. Yes, 97% of the land in Teton County is owned is publicly owned. That leaves about 3% of the land available are the privately held. Of that 3%, about 97% of that is zoned rural, one unit per 35 acres. So we're talking about a very finite resource and the amount of land available to build homes for local workers and their families. So I think that answers one of your first questions. What we see today is, we have neighborhoods, like if you've been to Jackson or Teton County recently, we have the Raptor J neighborhood is a great example. It's a neighborhood that was built in the 70s, really primarily for the workforce, real working class, local workforce homes. These are not fancy homes. Today we see homes selling there regularly for, $1.5 million to $2.5 million. That's not affordable to a local worker and their family. It just isn't. And those are homes that are 40 years old, 50 years old. So when you think about new construction and the cost to construct, it's very expensive to construct where we are. It is, even if the homes are smaller, it's hard to imagine that new construction can be affordable to, again, middle class local workers, maybe some higher end, professionals, lawyers, doctors. But our middle class, our 4-person family earning $128,000 a year can't afford a $2.5 million home. And, I think that's really the crux for us. We see global demand for Teton County, and that global demand, the wages they're earning are not earned in Teton County. So there's a big discrepancy there. That's one of our biggest challenges for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What does your multifamily developments look like there? I'm kind of ignorant on what is actually happening in Teton County, other than from a 30,000 foot view and everybody talks about it. But what about multifamily? Is that in your land use plan, or do you see any of that? And just give us a little color on multifamily development. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, yes, we have plenty of multifamily. I will say the 4 developments we're working on right now are all multifamily developments. 2 are apartments, 2 are condominiums. We just recently finished 2 other developments that were both condominium developments. So we are really leaning into multifamily development as a way to get to that lower price point for local workers and their families. Yeah.
Representative Davis.
Here, I was you said that could you expand a little bit on how you protect, I would assume, the public on a 7-digit deficit? It'd be interesting to understand that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. So in this circumstance, we partnered with a private developer. We provided land in the deal. They went out and were responsible for securing a construction loan and bringing equity to the table. They went and did that. They had price points for the units that they were selling. So they were building affordable workforce homes that had permanent deed restrictions on them for local workers and their families. They were, they had initial price points of, $250,000 to $600,000. As their prices went up, we, the public, we put in $75,000 per unit in this development. We did not put in any more money. They had to bear the cost increase. And one of the ways they were able to do that is they could raise the price of the homes they were selling, which they did. And they very quickly sold all of them because there's huge demand for this type of housing. So they were able to increase their pricing. Again, we want the public-private partnerships to work for both the public side and the private side. If we can get private developers to build affordable workforce homes, that's a win for our community as far as I think our local electeds are concerned. And so they had the ability to raise their pricing a little bit, and that helped soften the blow for sure.
Follow up, Bob. Okay, got it. Ms. Delancey.
So much for your testimony. It's really helpful. I think it's wonderful that your community's been exploring the notion of public-private partnerships. But as a person that represents the private sector, why would anybody want to develop in a regulatory environment that is so unstable and so unpredictable? So help me understand about incentivizing some of these partnerships and the ability to work together. What would be an incentive for a member of the private sector to invest enormous amounts of money to go through the complex regulatory scheme, knowing that there's no certainty or a time frame or a budget or expectation? Understand how we can try to maybe incentivize the public sector to engage in this question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Delancey, I think the simple answer is we have respondents to our RFPs because they can make money on it. And the private sector likes to make money. And that's a simple answer. I do think with these public-private partnerships, one of the, and I think Mr. Sinclair may speak to this, but one of the incentives we've created for affordable workforce housing developments is shortening the planning and building permit times. So instead of going through a sketch plan and then a development plan and then your building permit, you can go straight to building permit for these developments. So we've really been able to cut out 6 to 9 months of process for permanently deed restricted developments.
Follow up.
Mr. Chairman, okay, help me understand that too. You correctly, are you saying that you're treating similarly situated applicants differently?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Delancey, we're treating applicants who are coming with affordable workforce housing developments the same. We're treating them differently from people who are not coming with affordable workforce housing developments. So I'd say those are probably different developments because they're different product types.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up question down that same line of thought. Do you have data, information that says that your government program, this has been the first time I've ever heard this in my life, that a government program actually excels in doing something that private contractors say wouldn't do it as efficiently or at a lesser expense, right? So I'm just confused. I assume you have this data that you could show that your system, your program, in fact, saves money for getting something built in Jackson, in this case.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, I think what I've been trying to say, and maybe I haven't been saying it very clearly, is that our program is working right now because we've shifted from having the government do it all by ourselves to really leaning on our private sector development partners to do the work, because we recognize that the private sector is better at some of this stuff than we are. And so we are working directly with them. We're investing with them. We're providing land and money to partner with them to make sure that they go out and build the units, because to your point, they're better at it than we are. And we have plenty of data around that. If you'd like, we've invested $157,000 per unit since 2016 in these public-private partnerships, and we've been able to leverage over $100 million in other capital. And we're excited about that.
Okay, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you mentioned that I assume it's the city government donates or sells the land to a private developer, or you have some sort of partnership. Is the city of Jackson the only one that owns any land left around there? Is that essentially what I'm hearing? And why does the city of Jackson own all of the land? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, no, the city of Jackson, I wish in some respects, because we could do more public-private partnerships, certainly don't own all the land in Jackson. I think there are quite a few larger landowners. Some of them are in this room today in Jackson. But we do go out and purchase land that has appropriate zoning for multifamily housing. So we, went through a process in 2018 where we rezoned our town. We provided densities in the town to accelerate and encourage multifamily development, workforce housing for local workers and their families. So we do go out and target those pieces of land that have that zoning, but certainly are not the only game in town, and certainly you're not the largest landowner in town for those purposes. Yeah.
Okay, good segue to Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you.
Welcome, Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the task force, Tyler Sinclair, Town Manager for the town of Jackson, and I've worked in the planning and building department with the town for over 20 years. So happy to speak to this today. Learned a lot in Jackson over the last 20 years and happy to share that as well. In Jackson, we find the right balance between land use regulations and private property rights is a struggle we deal with every day. Land use is something debated every day at the coffee shop, every other Monday at the town council hearings, every other Tuesday at the Board of County Commissioners. So land use, private property rights, affordable housing, our economy, our natural environment is something we're continuously discussing and continually debating. And certainly there's not a one size fits all, and we certainly don't have it all right. And we're working on that every day. Our reality is the cost of a single family home in our community right now is $2.5 million. Rental rates for a 2-bedroom apartment are $4,200 a month. That's doubled in the last 5 years. That is not affordable to our local workforce. We are fighting hard every day to maintain our workforce, to maintain us being a community, not just a resort for the ultra wealthy with many vacant homes, empty homes, with losing that sense of community for all. The extreme housing costs are largely due to, in our opinion, much debate around this, due to external demand and wages coming from outside our community, along with the high cost of land and construction costs, not necessarily the land development regulations. Obviously, it's a complex mixture, but the external forces that we have in Teton County, and that are largely coming to the rest of Wyoming, are things that are largely out of our control that can be dealt with through regulations at some level. The information I provided to you in the packet, as April has gone through very articulately, show that we have been successful, largely in balancing, stabilizing our housing. From 1990, when most of our workforce lived in Teton County, 90%, we've continually declined down to about 60%. And our community has set a goal, which I think has been helpful in saying, we want to try to maintain the community. We want to try to maintain 60% of our workforce living locally. And for now, we've been successful in that, but the trend and those outside forces are certainly working against us. My experience in working with private property owners and neighbors for the last 20 years has taught me two things. The first is they both want predictability and regulations. Developers and private property owners want to know what they can build, and they want to be able to build it. The second side of that, which we deal with obviously at local government at the state level, is neighbors also want to know what can be built beside them and want to know what the rules are when they make investments in their property. That's a challenge. The predictability is a challenge, but I think predictability is certainly something we should be striving for. Saying yes predictably and saying no predictably, I think is something, a lesson that I've learned. Maybe takes time when we're not sure. When my staff in the planning building department, they know that they are trying every day to get people where they want to go. But that's hard. And if it's not clearly allowed in the regulations, or if the answer is no, there's this struggle. When the answer is maybe, it takes time. It takes changing regulations. It takes variances. It takes administrative relief. So a little bit of the, it's something we grapple with every day. Is it easier to say yes and no quickly, or is it better to continue the conversation and maybe and see if we can get people there? But we are public servants. Our job is to get them where they want to go. If we can get them there, what we're balancing that with is rules and regulations put in place by our local elected officials and the entire community with what is allowed in a neighborhood or on a piece of property. So I don't have a solution to that struggle. I've been working on that for a long time, but it's certainly something we deal with every day. After many years, we adopted a new comprehensive plan in 2012. It established a very clear vision for our community. It gave a clear vision for where we wanted multifamily housing, where we wanted commercial development, where we wanted our institutions to be. The flip side of that, and we do joint planning with Teton County, is we also preserved areas for agriculture and our natural resources, and that's been helpful. But predictability also comes this yes and no debate. Once we've decided what is allowed on a piece of property, there's continuous push and support to sometimes change those rules and change that vision, and that's something that's very challenging. Incentives and flexibility. I definitely would support and 100% agree that incentivizing private developers to build what your community wants, whether that's housing, whether that's industry, whether that's industrial development, that is certainly the tool that I would encourage. Flexibility, I think, is different. I think flexibility often can be confusing to developers. It can also often be confusing to neighbors. It can be confusing to local elected officials. So kind of balancing incentives, which I'm a strong proponent of, with flexibility. Those are different things in my mind. And I think often the flexibility can lead to frustration on both sides. So it's just kind of something that I wanted to bring up today. I think I'll just end there. April provided a lot of good information. Certainly Jackson is unique. We are struggling with our land use regulations and with our housing crisis. We're making some strides, and we're proud of the work we're doing. But certainly our community is about the people, why we talk about housing, why we're working on housing all the time. I think, like the rest of Wyoming, is to maintain the wonderful community that we have, both in Jackson and throughout the rest of the state. Certainly happy to talk about any of the issues arising in Teton County and in the town of Jackson specifically today or in the future as you guys continue to work on this topic. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Questions? Senator Bebout.
I just have a general question. If you have a deed restricted house, do they pay different property taxes than a similar house that does not have a deed restriction?
Go ahead.
Senator Bebout, thanks for the, Mr. Chair, Senator Bebout, thanks for the question. All properties pay property tax based on their home's value. And the home value, there's a maximum home value for affordable deed restricted homes. So they're taxed on that maximum affordable value.
So if there's a deed, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, if there's a deed restriction on a home, they would say pay the same tax of a similar home. There's no difference.
Mr. Chair, Senator Bebout, they would pay the tax based on how much their homes is valued. So for example, if there are two homes beside each other, exactly the same, one is a free market home and it's, let's say its assessed value is $2 million. And one is an affordable deed restricted home that has a maximum resale value because we place an appreciation cap on these homes, has a maximum resale value of $500,000. They'd be taxed at the same rate, but the value of this home is $500,000. The value of this home is $2 million.
I don't know how, Mr. Chairman, I don't know how you can do that. You know, our Constitution says uniform and equal. So if I'm a developer and I put up a house and it's worth 2 million and I sell it, then they're going to understand they're going to pay taxes based on 2 million. But you subsidize to another house next door and say it's only going to be $500,000. That's a huge difference. I don't know how you can do that. I mean, you're doing it, but I don't understand how it works.
Mr. Chair, Senator Bebout, again, I think it's based on the home's assessed value and the value of the home. There's a cap on what folks for deed restricted homes, how they can, what the price is for that home. And not on the other one. So that's what it is. I am not a lawyer, so I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but that is, we've been doing this for a long time.
Ms.
When you take that one step further and you talk about the schools, because property taxes on homes pay the lion's share of what goes to schools. So I'm sitting there and I'm on the Teton County School Board and I see 2 million over here for assessed valuation. I get 45 mils statewide, but I see one over here, 500,000, 45 mils. Anyway, it's interesting. Thank you.
Just to follow up. April, a deed restricted home, if I buy a deed restricted home, I'm buying the building on top of the land. The land I do not own, correct? The land is owned by the government in this case, in the town. So the town of the county, whoever the housing authority owns the home and so all I'm doing is buying the building that sits on top of the land. I'm not buying the land itself, correct?
Mr. Chairman, in most cases, that is correct. We either have it on a ground lease and it's the housing authority or the town or the county owns the property. They then purchase the improvements. It's called a community land trust and it's used in other places in the state. I know, got a couple in the room.
Thank you. Question, Senator Cole?
Well, Mr. Chairman, real quick, yeah, that does explain it. I understand now what you're talking about, but you still have a situation where the private sector doesn't own the land and the public sector does. And so that there's a difference, right? But I understand now that you don't own the land. Thank you.
Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess then I goes to the next follow-up question to that line of thought. Is the government paying that tax to the government, to the schools? Or are they not because they're paying at a less rate? So we're using the government against ourselves. And we're in fact then having to subsidize that missing money that is not being paid because there's a local maneuver going on to make it come out the way you've explained it. But thank you for your explanation.
Senator Ide.
Tony, you mentioned that the process maybe is one of the issues there. I mean, I know I've pulled a lot of permits, not necessarily in residential, more commercial stuff. And, you know, even in the last 10 years, it's gotten more onerous in my market. You know, I think it has, if I'm reading it right, I mean, if I thought about trying to develop something in Jackson and going through that gauntlet, it would be a big deterrent for me, just from what you read in the newspaper. And, you know, whether it's planning, city council, the building department, can you comment on how onerous it is in Jackson? Because that's the perception that I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I would agree with you. I think recently, since 2018, we've acknowledged that we need to make it less restrictive, less burdensome, more predictable for private developers and public-private developers to build what we want, largely multifamily housing. So we've reduced thresholds, you know, where it used to probably take close to 2 years, to be quite honest with you, to get a multifamily development through all the public hearings and public processes and building permits. As Ms. Norton was saying, and now that's closer to 60 or 90 days. It's different, and we're balancing, you know, some of the other comments were around public noticing and public input. So there's a give and take there where we've expedited some of those processes for the things that we're trying to incentivize. I think that's successful. Are there still types of projects that are going to take a long time? Yes. I'm not, you know, certainly I'm not going to say that it's not, but we've tried to incentivize, we've tried to expedite what we want. We've tried to find the right balance between public input, private property rights, and getting through the process. As we, you know, time is money in private development. I know when you're starting a project and if it's taking you 2, 3, 4, 5 years to get into the ground, that is really tough on private developers. And, you know, we were acknowledging that. I'm not saying we've completely figured it out, but we've made progress, I think, recently around multifamily, especially.
Oh, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, with all this development, you have infrastructure. Do you guys have that much water and things available for all this? You know, and then how do you finance it? You know, the mayor from Cody there was saying that they're having an issue with passing the tax to, you know, what's your source here? Or how could you lead me down the path a little?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis. I'd say my predecessors have done a good job in containing the town of Jackson in a very tight, you know, municipal boundary. So we have water, sewer, roads, infrastructure. We're lucky. We have an abundance of water inside the town of Jackson or in the vicinity. We have a sewer treatment plant that has a lot of capacity. It doesn't mean it doesn't have some strains, and we're funding that both through capacity fees as people are connecting onto our system, also through general taxation, sales tax, property tax. We also use specific purpose excise tax to fund much of that infrastructure. But I think maybe for us, it's containing our infrastructure into, you know, a fairly tight municipal boundary that it's easier for us to afford that. To build the housing where the infrastructure already is really a rule of our comprehensive plan. Instead of having to pay and expand that infrastructure out into the unincorporated county, build the housing, build the commercial development, build the industrial where we already have the infrastructure. So that's helped us be able to afford it.
I question, April, for you, or Ms. Norton, sorry. When Ms. Delancey was asking questions, you said, and I want to make sure I heard you right, about projects that come before you, affordable housing projects given a preference over other projects, over all projects? Could you help me with that? Is there a pecking order? How does that work?
Mr. Chairman, there is no pecking order in the sense that they don't like go to the front of the line, for example. So that is not what I was saying. What I was saying is that affordable, 100% affordable workforce housing projects, they are not always required to go to like sketch plan or development plan. They can go to building permit, but they don't go to the front of the line of the building permit. They go in when they get in. So I hope that that's clarifying.
Let it be about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Jackson's a really unique place, special to, to Wyoming, to a lot of people in a lot of places, as it should be. The question I have, and I think it's changed lately. And what I'm seeing when I drive around the town, and some of my friends up there took around and showed me all this, is you go to a neighborhood and you'll see the typical home that used to be worth 100, now it's worth $1.5 million, and they can hardly afford the taxes and all that. But you'll see right in the middle of a block, you'll see an apartment building. And then you'll drive around, you'll see another residential area. You won't see that, but then the next one will have an apartment building right in the middle of all these single family homes. And so if I was to be living there, I would say, why are you doing that? I would not want it. And so as you look for affordable housing, why do you do that, like piecemeal around all the residential areas, instead of having an area where you would just have multifamily homes? Just a thought and a question. I couldn't answer that. They couldn't answer, and I'm just curious as to the logic behind it.
Mr. Chair, Senator Beal, great question. Something that we get asked a lot at the town of Jackson. So in 2018, but coming out of our comprehensive plan, we did identify single family neighborhoods that had traditionally been single family neighborhoods for multifamily development. So we have changed the zoning. We have upzoned those neighborhoods. So as single family homes get tore down, what is required to be built back, or often is built back from a highest and best use perspective, is multifamily. So we've identified those as transitional neighborhoods. What is there today is not what the community has decided and desires in the future. So yes, it's changing. It's gentrification talked about around the country, and it's going to look different. And the change is there for those residents who have lived there a long time. The community has decided, and we've rezoned to put apartment buildings inside single family neighborhoods. It gets to adding the density inside the existing corporate limits of the town. We had to find areas where we were willing to change that current land use of single family homes to apartment buildings, or 2 units or 3 units or 4-plex units. So that was conscious, but certainly what you're observing and the questions you were getting are pretty common.
Okay. Mr. Barron.
Thank you. Tyler, thank you for being here. April, thank you for being here. A couple of quick questions. We did the 1994 comprehensive master plan, massive down zone across the entire county, sometimes by a factor of 12 times. A lot of potential density just taken off the board. That done in the hopes of containing population growth. I think you'll agree, traffic congestion. When was the last time a major residential development was allowed or was developed in Teton County? When was it? What was it? You mentioned Rafter J, April, that was 1985.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Barron, good question. Appreciate that. Inside the town of Jackson, my examples would be multifamily developments. The Hidden Hollow, a large private development where the Forest Service actually sold land back into the private sector. It was rezoned by the town to multifamily, had some single family. So I would probably point to that. I would point to Sagebrush Apartments, where a large apartment building was built. I think it's close to 100 units in a major corridor in the town of Jackson. So inside the town, there's probably 2 or 3 or 4 multifamily projects I would point to. There certainly hasn't been single family development inside the town of Jackson for some time, at least not considerable single family development. But multifamily would be the examples I would give.
And there really hasn't been a multifamily or residential development of 200 units allowed outside the town of Jackson in the last 30 years that I can think of. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Barron. I hesitate in the type of residential development. Obviously, there's been some resort development out in the county. Shooting Star, for example, Three Creeks, some different areas. Maybe to expand a little bit further, I do think some of that is a conscious decision or is a conscious decision in our comprehensive planning, where we've said, reduce the density, reduce housing in Teton County proper, in the unincorporated areas of Teton County, and move that into what we call complete neighborhoods, but largely inside the town of Jackson, where the infrastructure already is, where the roads already are, to cut down on traffic, to cut down on wildlife vehicle collisions, et cetera. So that has been a conscious choice, I believe, by Teton County, as you know, and by the town of Jackson, which has led to no significant residential development.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I
Follow up?
think it was around.
Follow.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. I think around 2007, the county commission declared a moratorium on any residential development. I remember that had happened. I think the Teton Meadows project was trying to come forward at that time. And correct me if I'm wrong, in 2019, we had a private individual attempt to do a 100% deed restricted residential development of 155 home sites behind Whiteout, adjacent to the brand new school on the sewer line of the town of Jackson. And that was voted down by the Jackson Town Council and Mayor 5-0 and by the county commission 3-2. That was 2019. That was within when we said we were trying to prioritize 100% deed restricted developments. So I just want to ask about these questions because these are all being stopped either politically or regulatory restrictions on these, but stopped they are they not?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Barron. We've predictably said where we want to have future growth and development, and predictably are now saying no where we don't want to see growth and development. Some of the specifics obviously are in Teton County, and I don't want to speak for Teton County as I work for the town. But in that sense, under our comprehensive plan where we've said if an area is rural, it's preserved for either agriculture or open space or wildlife or low density. When we get requests in the community for upzoning those areas, if it's inconsistent with the comp plan, inconsistent with what the community has said we've desired in that area, we have had to say no. But that's obviously a point of much discussion and debate, but we're largely trying to be predictable as to where development is going to be and where it's not. But that's the struggle we're dealing with every day.
Thank you.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna circle back around to the rezoning that you folks had done that allowed higher density housing in, say, a traditional neighborhood. Two questions. Were those folks that were surrounding that change in zoning compensated? And do you consider what you've done when you did that as a taking to the people in the surrounding area of those homeowners next to that development? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cole, appreciate the question. I would say no. I think by increasing the zoning or increasing the development potential, we've actually increased the valuation of those homes. So I don't believe that is a takings in that sense. You can maintain your single family home. No one's saying you can't. You can continue on to live there. We've increased the value of your property by allowing increased density on that piece of property from a single family home. And thus, kind of both are satisfied. You don't lose value. You may actually increase value, but your ability to tear down a single family home and build back a single family home may be different than what you is currently existing.
Mr. Delancey? Oh, I'm sorry. You had a follow-up? Yeah, follow-up. Sorry.
Just real quickly. I'm talking about the neighbor who was not in favor of said development. And as mentioned prior in another conversation, maybe they don't like not having an apartment house in their backyard, right? I'm not talking about the person who developed the apartment house. I'm talking about the one that maybe was not in favor of that. And I could argue that their property value was devalued by said apartment house being put into a residential neighborhood. That was the premise of my question,
Yeah.
just to be clear. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Group, Senator Cole, apologize. And we've not seen property value assessments go down in the town of Jackson, kind of in those similar neighborhoods. So we could certainly look at that, but I apologize, understand the question now and due consideration to that. I don't believe that's been the case. They've maintained or they've continued to appreciate as most homes in Teton County and town of Jackson have.
Ms. Delancey. Well,
Happy to-
you're next.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple for you. Did I hear you right in saying that your last comprehensive land use plan update was 2012?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lansing, correct.
Correct. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You've mentioned several times, I've heard you say, you know, that these decisions are being made based on the needs of the community. When is the next time that you're anticipating a refresh on that plan? Because that 2012, a lot's changed since then.
Right.
So when is the next time that you're scheduled to update the comp plan?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lansing, I would correct, we updated it in 2020. So that maybe further answers your question, but we didn't completely redo it. We have what we have, or what we call an adaptive management program, where we have a trigger in our comprehensive plan that when residential increases 5%, so when we have a 5% increase in the residential units in our community, we have a trigger that's when we go back in and check in and or update the comprehensive plan. In the last sequence, obviously that took about 8 years. I think under our current rate of growth, it may be about 5 years. So probably in the next 2 or 3 years, we'll be back checking in and seeing whether there's any changes we want to make. I think it's an important point, you know, to be adaptive and be reacting, that we all know sometimes we put these plans in place and we don't go back and check in on them for 10, 20, 30 years. Again, if we've learned anything, we've got to be reactive. You've got to be checking back in, knowing that zoning is a long game, you know, that zoning doesn't change overnight. Development doesn't happen overnight. So there's some balance between reacting to the market, reacting to what the community wants, but also allowing the market to move forward with predictable zoning and vision for the community. So those are great questions, and certainly something you should be refreshing them and looking at them very frequently.
Mr. Chairman, I have just
Yes.
one more follow-up.
One more follow-up.
Thank you so much for that. And I really believe in, you know, keeping that document being a living, breathing, because as I said, the world is changing
Right.
at an exponential rate around us, especially in Wyoming. And listening to Mr. Barron's questions, knowing that the purpose of many of these processes, procedures, listening to the discussion this morning are really geared towards creating additional housing, and then hearing that projects have been denied. Like, how does that reconcile? Why are we putting so much value on the process to get affordable housing, yet when projects come before the decision makers, they're being denied? Like, how does that work?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lansing, I think my best answer to that is just balancing all the competing interests in a community. You know, not every spot in Teton County is a good spot for affordable housing, as our elected officials have determined. That there's other things in certain areas that outweigh or outbalance, you know, affordable housing, that it's not affordable housing everywhere, every time. There's the natural environment, the ag, you know, the cost of development, et cetera. So it's case by case in those instances. Obviously, affordable housing is an emotional topic, and when it is denied, you know, the reaction, you know, both across the state or even in the community, I think is tough, because it's something we talk about a lot, but it's that understanding of the balance between the other competing interests of the environment, you know, trying to put development where we want it and to preserve the areas that we want to preserve. So it's a tough conversation, but I think our plans have guided us in that direction. And the more we can stick true to those and let people know where we want it, make it expedited, make it efficient, while saying consistently no, sometimes in other areas gives the private sector the predictability they're desiring.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, it's really not a question. It's just an observation, a comment. My experience has been the government usually creates the problem and then they have to write in and try to fix it. From what I'm hearing up there, you know, your city fathers, your county, your voters, you got to get the right playing field set up there, or nobody's going to be attracted to that market. So thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
Okay. Jenny Kraft, are you out there? Ms. Kraft.
Yes, I'm here.
you Still, oh, wait,
Ah,
thanks for coming on.
coming.
There she is. We can hear you.
Great. Thank you.
Denny,
Thank you.
tell us what's going on in Sheridan if you could.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to just give a brief update to a project. So to relate to some of the previous presenters, I would note my work with the Homer and Mildred Scott Foundation, and I know this happens in Jackson. As a foundation, we were able to purchase and acquire some property, and it had 6 potential housing structures or units. And we worked with our local school district who had some ARPA funds available and were able to remodel those structures. And we then sold those to the school district at a 50% rate of fair market value. It met our charitable purpose and our focus on youth and families and education in our community. And the teacherage is what they call it. They now own and operate and have it's a tool they've been able to use to recruit and hopefully retain a strong educational community here in the Sheridan County. So that's just one example from the, I guess, the private sector working with the public sector to come together to benefit the workforce here. And then secondly, I'll be very quick, essentially would echo, I've had the opportunity to meet and listen with April Norton over the last year, as well as the Teton County Housing Land Trust and their Habitat for Humanity, and seeing and learning how they work collaboratively to address and provide some inventory and solutions towards affordable, attainable housing. The Sheridan City County county commissioners, as well as city council members met for roughly a year, trying to think through best strategies of solutions also here. And essentially what rose to the top was the creation of a housing trust in Sheridan. Both entities put forth $1.5 million and then created a council. I currently serve as the chair of a 7-member council working towards the creation of a housing trust in our community. And rather than starting a completely new nonprofit, we have partnered with the local Habitat for Humanity. They have amended their bylaws to create this housing trust arm. It's a separate and distinct program from their traditional habitat model. We've been meeting for the last 6 to 7 months and hearing from our community about their priorities of needs for housing versus rentals, size, amenities, as well as then over a dozen developers who are interested in partnering with us to complete some type of project. As it fits with your task force today, where we're landing tomorrow is really working through our RFP process for that first project and ensuring that we meet appropriate expenditure responsibilities of these funds. And we'll have all of our attorneys present as we talk through that and try to create a first project for our community, but have studied regionally, both Colorado, Montana, national models of how this works, and feel we're very fortunate that what we've seen and from our perspective is a very successful model in Teton County, and not intending to reinvent the wheel, but to follow in the successes they've seen and get this off the ground here in Sheridan. And that's it. Thank you for the time.
So much. Any questions, Ms. Kraft? Questions?
Sure.
Questions? Okay, thank you so much. Stick around because we may have some after public comment. You never know. Okay, so we really appreciate your input. Thank you. This committee, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Oh, what?
So maybe I can talk to you at the break. So if I have a piece of ground in Jackson, say 60 acres, and it's agriculture, so tax value to the community and the schools is very minimal. And I want to try to develop that, like what Mark's talking about, but it's in an area that the council, for whatever reason, wants to say no. So I'm trying to, so you lose all the benefits of if you develop that, it's worth millions of dollars in revenues to the schools and everything else. But if you say no, And then, so what am I supposed to do with that piece of ground? If there's no development that can be done there, like what Mark's saying? I'm just trying to put you need housing, someone wants to do it. And maybe it's an area, and I don't know where these are relative to the beauty of it or something like that. It's just hard for me to put my handle around that. When you've got a piece of ground, they want to do it and you're getting no benefits tax wise from it. But yet the council, and Mark talked about, says 5-zip. I guess the question should be for the 5 members of the council, and they're elected to represent the people, and that's what the people want. So there's no question there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
While we ponder that, and it's a real question and a real concern. And I too, I couldn't agree more. So that's why we'll talk about that. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start taking public comment. Thank you. Back in. If you would, please. Okay, committee. Get my folks back here. Here we go. Okay, absent objection from the committee at this point, I'm going to open the floor for public comment. Okay, and what we're going to do, it's now 11:30. We're going to take public comment for 1 hour. Then we're going to take a break for lunch. Then we're going to come back from lunch and I'm going to ask the committee how much more public comment they'd like to hear. So for the next hour, public comment begins. So as I said before, and remember, talk through the chair. If you have questions for anyone, ask them to me and they'll get them out to the appropriate folks when the time is right. There are 3 chairs out front. Like the first 3 people who'd like to speak, come up to those chairs. And then as one person finishes, I'd like to have someone that just come to the empty chair and then just come on up. And like I say, we're 1 hour now, and then we'll see after lunch how far we go. And we will start with my good friend, former Representative Petrov.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Co-Chairman, representatives, senators, and task force members. My name is Ruth Ann Petrov, and I am representing Jackson Hole Working. And as our name suggests, we're people who live and work in the community in a variety of professions. Thank you for taking the time to do what other states like Idaho and Montana are doing for their own regulatory reduction to increase opportunity for safe, stable rentals and to reduce barriers for starter home ownership, which is the biggest opportunity for generational wealth building in our country. To be clear, we support home rule, local control, and collaboration. We are one community. We aren't here to throw shade on our electeds. We all made decisions that got us to this housing crisis where we are today. We just have to be willing to adjust what's working and what's not. Our hope today is that our local elected officials will see private sector opportunities where we see opportunity, and that we can share our experience with other Wyoming communities. The housing issues in Teton County affect real people and real families, and they are complicated. Some of this was already discussed, but to go through it sequentially, maybe to give it a little more context, our housing shortage in Teton County goes back many decades to way back to even when we were a poor community. Every day we have to look at the 22 on our plates to remind us of how things were. We had a very seasonal economy, and that shortage of housing caused relatively high prices to what our economy was then. A population explosion took place in the 90s. We had more population growth in the 1990s than we had in the 2 decades following and the decade before combined. So the growth got us a little jarred, so we did a major downzoning of development in 1994. Combined with the influx of second homeowners, that limited supply resulted in skyrocketing prices. So our mitigation program started in 1995. Our deed restricted ownership started soon after as a response to escalating prices. It was designed to be a stepping stone to eventually get into market home ownership. We approved our current market workforce subdivisions in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, but we've rejected the opportunities since, and it's created more scarcity and even higher prices. The supply of housing for sale on the MLS is a great place to see the graph of how this is working in real life. From 1995 to 2004, the average listings at the end of the year were 943 listings for sale of dwelling units on the MLS. Between 2005 and 2014, it was half of that, 468. The average from 2015 to 2022 was 267. And our low was 102 in 2021. The graph correlating that supply and median pricing looks exactly like your economics teacher told you it would look. As our home values continued to rise, about every decade, we increased our mitigation rates with a goal of expanding the number of deed restricted units. Our increase in mitigation rates added to building prices, contributing to yet higher values. In our desire to get control, over time, we implemented prescriptive zoning to create what we wanted, where we wanted it. And our regulations have become a labyrinth of well-intended but often expensive policies. Our philosophy over time has seemed to, and I hate to say this because it's a different philosophy, every elected official sees it differently, but it seems like it has evolved to use zoning regulations and fees to slow down residential and commercial market growth in order to catch up on deed restriction. The problem is these additional costs are a minor inconvenience for the uber wealthy. We're not stopping that, but they're giant steel walls for the middle class. All the pieces it takes to pull together a housing ownership miracle, and we're throwing obstacles in the way. The assumption seems to be that the middle and professional class will only be able to afford living in government-managed deed restricted units. Our policies are getting us there more quickly. Yes, people want to live in Teton County, but a lot of our cost problem is self-inflicted. And all the factors that are driving up home values are also driving up property taxes, putting additional pressure on homeowners and driving up rental costs. We did in the last few years have quite a few high density projects, and our zoning sort of created that possibility, including public-private partnerships. And we need apartment type housing. Those projects address that need. But a lot of the home building was driven by that drastically low supply, 102 available residential units for sale at the end of 2021. So that drastically low supply meant that people who did want to come to Teton County were buying homes in traditionally workforce neighborhoods. And in those cases, we lost twice because they tore down homes where workers used to live and then built setback to setback in homes for people who oftentimes don't live here or don't work here. Nobody wants out of control growth. The question is whether we're at the point of giving up on market ownership for our working community, or whether we contribute or continue to create that opportunity. We think that there's a balanced approach. We're not opposed to mitigation, but we believe the mitigation nexus, particularly relating to normal sized dwellings, is flawed. We're taxing the very people we want to house. And if a business is building housing for their employees, why are we imposing additional housing mitigation for a problem they're solving? Particularly the recently considered idea that if a building built before 1995 is demolished, anything replacing it is taxed as though it was new. Are jobs created if a business is simply rebuilding? Now, to be clear, that's not policy today, that's only being considered. We think there's a more equitable way to mitigate. So, in conclusion, we don't think the state can solve the problem. There are a lot of easy workarounds like moratoriums and downzoning that could override any potential state legislation. But we do hope that our elected officials will work with us and hear us and open up possibilities for market solutions. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chairman and members of the task force, my name is Jason Wells. I work with the Gill family, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and appreciate the work, the important work that this task force is doing. There's a little bit of background on me. I have a background in finance and a history of 20 years in Jackson, developing homes and rental units for the community as stable quality housing. I'm currently in a doctoral program focused on public affairs and policy with this focus on housing. I wanted to take a step back and look at some big picture concepts that I believe are incredibly relevant to the issue of housing. So the first one, in a functional free market, price is not only determined by demand, but also by supply. So while one can bemoan, high housing demand is out of our control, elected officials and policymakers have significant influence on supply. As such, it shouldn't be surprising that when you have a community like Jackson with high demand, and also on top of it, highly restrictive housing policies and regulations, you end up with high housing prices. As we heard, the average house price in Teton County is now $2.5 million. So when you have housing mitigation taxes, moratoriums, growth caps, when you have burdensome regulations, when you have denial of development, significant developments, when you are not entitling new units, those all have negative impacts on supply. A lot of these by design. Second, while government sponsored and deed restricted units can play a really important role in a community, they by themselves cannot solve the housing shortage issue. If you look at Teton County, they have a housing department that's very active. You've got a community with, as we've heard, 1,500 homes that are deed restricted, which is a lot, but that's only 5% of the ownership housing stock. It's a small amount. And these are incredibly expensive homes to produce. As we heard, hundreds of thousands of dollars are needed to subsidize these homes. A lot of times these are taxpayer subsidies. And so if you do the math, it becomes financially impractical to solve the solution only using this tool. The math just doesn't work. It's like filling a bathtub with a teaspoon, right? A really expensive teaspoon. And then third, if allowed, and regulation reductions, you have a free market that is willing and able to address your housing shortage. I can guarantee that in Jackson and in Teton County, that you have local landowners. I know the Gill family's one, local banks, local contractors, local developers who are willing to dedicate significant assets and resources to building housing in that community. And then one quick thing, I wanted to make a clarification that I think is important. There was a question earlier about deed restricted units and whether the homeowner owned the land or just the house. In my experience, both of the units that I've developed that are deed restricted units and government controlled, as well as the ones that I know, in most cases, it's the homeowner actually also owns the land. So I think an important question would be, what percentage of those units homeowner owns the land and deed restriction, and what percentage government owned versus the homeowner? So I think that's just an important question to ask. And then I would ask what I think is a kind of important question, important focus is, what is the purpose of regulation? Is the goal to regulate, or is the goal to really build housing? And, briefly talking about our experience trying to build housing in Teton County, I can personally attest that there's current regulation processes that add significant time, cost, and risk to the development process of building housing. With that, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, thank you so much. My name is Liz Brimmer, and I'm here today on behalf of the Gill family, who owns the Jackson Hole Hereford Ranch, and it is a 6th generation working cattle ranch. We would love to share our experience, and I have longer comments, so I'm going to abbreviate them and be very short. But overall, why we want to share our experience is because we very much want to be part of the housing solution in Teton County. And all of this is said with great respect for our local electeds, for the extraordinarily talented staff that you've just witnessed in the prior panel, a breadth of experience. And some of the situations, and Mr. Wells and I have been involved in trying to produce housing in Jackson and Teton County over 20 years. And the high quality level of that housing is some that even houses our own sheriff. In this permanent housing is very, very important. No one disputes that. We are not here to in any way counter the value of keeping a permanent workforce. We're all wanting only to be part of it as private sector people coming forward with a solution. The land that we propose, and I say we as the Hereford Ranch, speaking for them, Our land is next to schools, stores, bus lines, existing development. It's adjacent to the town of Jackson, but in the county. Our land has been designated by the community's comprehensive plan going back decades for housing development. It's long been in the plan. Now the county has a very specific vision plan for this land called the neighborhood plan. And we are now in our 4th year of working with the county on that plan. And we remain at the table for a regulatory framework where we would opt in. And that is the regulatory trigger to opt in. Teton County, again, within this 4 years of effort, Teton County is finalizing drafted regulations required to implement the neighborhood plan. The regulation says 70% of the homes on this private property would be deed restricted. 30% of the homes can be free market. That translates to 420 deed restricted homes and no more than 180 free market homes on our property. The development of the 420 deed restricted homes would require hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of subsidy privately. No cattle rancher could probably afford that. Instead, we offered to donate 45 acres of free land. I'll repeat that again, 45 acres of free land philanthropy to private nonprofits of our choice to help create a housing supply. We also offered to provide the essential infrastructure for those homes. And we're still at the table. The handout that I believe you have in front of you is a timeline only to illustrate how, in our experience, it appears there's a prioritization from some of the other projects that are going forward, and nothing takes away from those projects. They're important. Our point is that they aren't mutually exclusive. The idea that that we hope to convey is that all of these projects, all of the above would be great. If there's a government controlled project on either government land or using taxpayer dollars for 100% deed restricted homes or units, those do skip the planning process. Not so with ours, even though we have a 70% deed restricted framework. Still understand we're accepting that framework. We're still at the table. We want to opt into this because we want to be a part of the solution. The over six generations for the Gill family, you can imagine the friends and family and colleagues that they see being forced to other states or other communities. And other people can attest to this. It's not my expertise, but the number of commuters that are now driving from outside of the county because they've found more affordable housing elsewhere, but still working within Jackson is significant. And it's something that is impactful to those families. The draft regulations necessary to move forward with our proposal or our plan for housing supply. These regulations have not yet been publicly released. It's still in process, and there's no date certain for county commission approval. So the idea is that we would leave with you. We wish government would incentivize private development for affordable housing. So far, we haven't experienced that necessarily in 4 years, but we're still optimistic people. Second, we think some of this discussion for this task force and your very important work is to spotlight this issue statewide, to educate folks that private projects can be a tool for affordable housing and that government controlled housing can't be the only tool. And a third idea, if you want a house to be created, maybe don't add a discouraging fee or tax that will essentially add to the overall cost of it. In the case of the regulations proposed, by Teton County right now, and we sent this to you in a prior letter, but a 2,500 square foot home under the proposed schedule of fees would be an additional $79,525. And recall that that's on top of property tax and on top of sales tax collected to create to build the home. A 3,000 square foot home, again, under the proposed county fee schedule, would be $95,430. If we're trying to build more affordable housing, having these assessments, whether you call it a fee, whether you call it a kind of a tax, semantics aside, it's still impactful to the affordability of that land or that house. In short, we know that you are contemplating potentially visits in the spring. We would love to host you and show you what the 45 acres of potential of land could do for people and giving the housing supply a chance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question about the 45 acres that you're willing to give for that public development of low income housing. Is there a height restriction to that? I don't know, that ability did you put anything in that it said you can't build over X amount of stories high? Any caveats to that?
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Guru, Senator Kolb, thank you for that question. A quick clarification, the 45 acres is not for low income housing. It's for the county's program of deed restricted housing. So they will set in their regulations once they're publicly released. So I don't know that I can speak to that. We've seen a draft and I apologize. I don't have all the details, but I will get that back to you. Regarding the height restriction, we would very much hope one of the aspects of this task force's recommendations would be that for small lots, for the development of small lots prospectively, that there wouldn't be a restrictive height component to that. You know, if the context of the area, and in our case, it's I believe 2.5 stories. Could be wrong on that, but some of the housing that we are proposing and have a subdivision for farther to the south is only allowed 1.5 stories, even though surrounding areas do have higher allowances. So uniformity of height restrictions would be something potentially for the task force to review.
Okay. Thank you both. Deputy King. Let's get there. We go. And then we got a couple there. We got one. There's another one. There we go. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. My name is Deputy Sarah King. I work for the Teton County Sheriff's Office. As the court compliance deputy, I run the treatment court program and the 24/7 sobriety program. I have worked there since 2019, and I am just here to share my personal experience with housing, just in hopes to maybe give you another perspective to consider. So currently I am living down in Lincoln County. I am about 40 minutes right now with summer weather to the county line, and about 1 hour and 10 minutes to the town of Jackson, where the sheriff's office is located. Come winter time, I would say the commute becomes quite more difficult. Takes up to 1.5 hours, possibly 2 hours to get to the sheriff's office. With that, I leave my 10-month-old son in childcare in Lincoln County while I go to work up in Jackson. This is a big stressor for me, just in the off chance that there is an avalanche or any sort of severe weather, which last year I myself worked several avalanches, the Snake River Canyon, Hobart Canyon, that can cause road closures at any time of day. With that, especially with those weather impacts,
there becomes an additional problem with community safety within Teton County as several deputies are living either in Driggs, Victor, or down in Lincoln County, or even over in Bondurant. Out of about 20 patrol deputies that we have, only 4 of them are living within Teton County. This could create a huge issue if, heaven forbid, there was a critical incident or even something that required more than the 4 deputies that are on shift to respond to. With that, we actually had a critical incident a few weeks ago that required more than the 3 deputies that were on shift to respond to. I was one of the deputies that responded that was off duty, and it took me about 45 minutes to get to the scene in order to help respond. Luckily, we had our partners with Jackson PD that were able to respond to that incident as well. But we still needed more hands than that, not only for that incident, but also to help preserve the rest of the community's safety by responding to other calls at that time. We ended up having myself and one other deputy responding from Lincoln County, and it took her an extra hour after me to get there as well. And so her and another deputy who's also from Lincoln County, the 2 of them covered every other call in Teton County, both for the police department and the sheriff's office, while the rest of us were able to deal with the critical incident. I just speak to that to show that it's pretty imperative that we have first responders living in Teton County, but unfortunately, with the current state of things, we're just unable to do that. Meanwhile, I'm continuing. I've had an application in with the housing department for housing since 2019. Still hoping that me and my son will be able to be in the same town together while I work and am able to serve a community that I live in. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. Any questions?
Thank you, Deputy King. Questions? Oh, question. Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, good day, deputies. I thought you were here for our safety, but apparently not.
That's you. Purpose.
Yeah, stay around, stick around. Just a question, are you driving a patrol vehicle from the sheriff's department back and forth to your house? Do you have to take your own private transportation?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I do take a patrol car to my home and I'm able to use that for transport, which is very helpful.
Then is your sheriff in line with, I'm surprised that your sheriff's not down here testifying, frankly, to send the deputies down, but what's the sheriff's thought about this? Is it the same as yours? Just don't typically see deputies showing up without the sheriff or the undersheriff, whoever you might have. Could you explain a little bit about that, where the feelings are? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, great question. Our sheriff is extremely supportive of having as many first responders as possible living within Teton County. For me personally, Sheriff Carr has gone to bat numerous times in order to try and help me find housing within the county. A big reason why he wanted us to be here today, he unfortunately couldn't attend due to other things that are going on within our office, but he's a huge support of this.
Mr. or Senator, if I chime in, I did ask
Chime away.
I did ask Sheriff Carr to come today and he could not be here, but he too lives in our affordable housing program. And that's why I asked him to testify. And I think that's why he sent some deputies along.
Well, then how many, just one follow-up question. I guess I wasn't aware of Jackson Hole PD that there is. How many officers do they have in Jackson? Do you know?
Senator, I am not sure of the exact number, but I can tell you that several of their officers are also living out of Teton County, if not most of them.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Deputy Tia Stanton. I work for the Teton County Sheriff's Office, and I've been there for approximately 4.5 years. In that time, I've served as a detention officer, a patrol deputy, and now I'm happy to say I'm a school resource officer. So I like your choice of venue today. I am here to advocate for affordable housing for first responders in Teton County. I am one of the four. I live in Teton Village, so I have that luxury. I moved to Teton County and lived in a rental property through the Housing Authority for approximately 13 months. And then I was lucky enough to get a home that I purchased with my husband through the authority. I was told that I had won the lottery, and originally I did not understand what that meant, and now I do. This opportunity has allowed me to quickly respond to critical events such as the one that Deputy King mentioned, and it's so fresh in our minds. I can't speak to the events themselves, but I'll give you kind of a rundown of what had happened that evening from my perspective. It was evening and I was at the Smith grocery store when I received a call from the sheriff himself asking if I was able to respond to this incident. I left Smith's, which is approximately 15 miles away from my home in Teton Village, and I was able to get home, get my duty gear, and respond back to the area of the incident, approximately, again, 15 miles away, before Deputy King, who was already en route from Idaho, coming over Teton Pass. Excuse me. This response allowed me to support my coworkers and help the community I live in stay safe. This event utilized many different resources, such as our dispatch center, our detention center, our patrol deputies, the Jackson Police Department, fire EMS personnel, emergency management, and our healthcare workers, a majority of whom do not live in Teton County. Next, I would like to address Deputy King's comments about our unique landscape and the challenges that causes. A majority of our first responders live in either Idaho over Teton Pass and Victor Driggs, or down south in Lincoln County or Sublette County through one of two canyons. The distance they have to commute was addressed by Deputy King, along with the issues of weather and the issues such as avalanche and avalanche mitigation, causing the pass and the canyons to close, flooding and landslides that can happen, along with wildfires. This is leaving Jackson inaccessible and leaving our responders unable to get to work and unable to serve their community. Lastly, I would just like to address my personal experience with living and working in Teton County and what that's been like. Like I said, I'm now the school resource officer, and the amount of students, staff, parents that I see on and off duty within my community is incredible. They know me by first name and I know them. I am proud to serve them, and I think that that is community. I want this opportunities for my coworkers. They should have the ability to serve the community that they live in. Thank you so much for your time.
Chairman Guru, thank you, and task force members. Brenda Burkle, Executive Director of My Front Door. I am a nonprofit affordable housing program that is also a nonprofit developer, and I just wanted to give you a little clarity on deed restrictions as opposed to community land banks and what that really means. Deed restrictions create affordability and land banks retain them. You can have a deed restriction for a number of things, not just affordable housing. But you, in order to have a land bank, a community land trust, you do need to have a deed restriction. And what that means is that when a community land trust is governed by a land lease agreement and a resale formula that dictates the pricing and retains affordability generation from generation under a 99-year lease. So I just wanted to provide you that clarity that you can have deed restrictions, and sometimes those are tied closely with inclusionary zoning terms. But in order to have a community land trust, you do need a deed restriction, but you don't need a land trust to have a deed restriction. Deed restrictions, when they come into the context of inclusionary zoning. So for example, if you have 100 homes and 10% of those have to be made affordable or built for low to moderate income families, the loss on that 10% is passed on to the other 90 for the developer. Then when those deed restricted homes go to sell, they go to market. They are not like a community land trust that has to be sold to a low to moderate income family. They are sold on the market and they are appraised against the other 90 homes in that development, which were overinflated to begin with for that 10% margin loss. So not only do they go to market without retained affordability, they may in fact go at a higher price than had they not had the intervention, would have been even more affordable. I just wanted to put that out there for clarity's sake. It's kind of an injustice for you to consider things moving forward if you don't have that accurate picture. The other piece that I would encourage you to think about, and I know Mr. Bebout, I appreciated the nod to property taxes and what that means. The other piece that I would encourage you to think about is the legislation and the language that we currently have, and making sure that property taxes are equitably and fairly applied between counties. So if in statute, are those being fairly and equitably applied? I can assure you that I just got my tax bill, both in Albany and in Laramie County, and I will be paying property taxes, even though I know similar organizations in other communities around the state will not. So I just encourage you to think about those. I certainly would stand for any questions, and I know it's a privilege to be here today. So thank you for that privilege.
Morning. Honorable Chairman, Senators and committee members, my name is Jim Darwish. As a long-time resident of Jackson, Wyoming, a businessman on the town square, and a former county commissioner, I am deeply committed to serving our community. We purchased the Legacy Lodge, an assisted living facility that has gone through 2 bankruptcies before closing its door in April 2001. Recognizing the need for housing in our community, we saw an opportunity to repurpose this building into workforce housing. The Legacy Lodge is a substantial building, 53,000 square feet, sitting on 5.5 commercial acres. It consists of 57 units, including studios, 1-bedroom and 2-bedrooms apartments. We set our project apart. Its minimal impact on the environment, the neighborhood, and the community. The facility is conveniently located near the highway, so the resident will never have to drive in front of any residential house. We did not engage in any new construction or expansion, as the building is already connected to power, water, sewer, and water. From the day one, this building has been ready to be occupied. Talking about sustainability, what's more sustainable than turning an already built facility overnight into a workforce housing? However, obtaining approval has been a nightmare. It took us over a year and a half to navigate through opposition from few loud neighbors, lawyers, and elected maneuvering their way to be re-elected during the election season, till we finally got deed restricted workforce housing, half for essential of the building to be used for essential worker and half for other businesses in the community. Keep in mind, this building did not create any new housing impact. And the facts are the opposite. This building will actually help solve our housing problem. All those people who are here sitting, tomorrow, I'm ready to put them and give them housing right near the town. Our approval was hindered
with conditions designed to keep the building empty and costly to operate. One of the conditions meant to keep us hostages in the hand of the elected. Quote, if any condition is found to be illegal, we are required to go back through the entire process again for the same approval. Additionally, a lawsuit was filed by few neighbors against the commissioners, questioning their approved process. As a response, the commissioner added a condition to further delay the project. This approval, quote, this approval remain on hold till all the litigation get cleared and finalized. This condition penalizes us for something we did not do. We are guilty and held responsible till the commissioners proving to be correct. In short, this building is still in limbo and mostly empty, while people are living and sleeping in the back of their cars. Does this really benefit the community we live in? It has been a costly process having an empty building, you all know. We have to hire caretakers, pay mortgage, keep the light on, check every faucet routinely, flush every toilet, water the landscape, and cut the grass every week. In some valley, Idaho, there is a community similar to ours in the same situation where another assisted living failed. In less than 20 days, it was turned into housing. Please tell me why in Teton County this was not the case. 2.5 years and we're still facing obstacles, delays, and lawsuits after lawsuits. We have 3 lawsuits now going on because the willingness of some commissioners willing to go along with a few neighbors and tie up this property into litigation. This is not how Wyoming should be supporting businesses. We need to recognize what the private sector have done to help and remove obstacles when building housing. We need to hold elected accountable for using the housing issue as a vehicle to collect taxes and get re-elected. Housing is a statewide issue and the state has a big role to play. Thank you for the opportunity. Any question?
Questions for the commissioner? Oh, Ms. Delancey.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for sharing your example from the private sector. Could you help me? Maybe I missed it in your testimony. I was just so riveted on what you were saying. How much have you and your business spent to get to this point?
Gosh, if I would add up everything, I wouldn't be here. I would be in the hospital.
How about, I don't want to give you a heart attack, but how about a range?
Think of it, it's whatever we make him from all the businesses we do, we put in this building now. And we will do it. We're not going anywhere.
And you still are at no, is my understanding.
Yes, yes, it's not. It is unknown when we get.
Thank you. Next. Thank you, Commissioner.
Hello, I'm Jessie Defoe with Freedom Path 307. Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. We appreciate you continuing to ask, is there a problem and does the government play a role in that problem? And clearly after the last few months, the resounding answer is yes. The good news is that there are solutions at hand. There are ways that we can help with supply, especially for starter home ownerships or even rentals that are not necessarily government housing. We understand we're up against the time constraints of a budget session, and we're very grateful for the letter to extend this important work, not only for young families, but UW graduates looking for homes, families have a very basic understanding and expectation or hope that their children can live in the same community or state that they grew up in. We need to fix this the Wyoming way. We need to look at what we're doing and ask if there's too much government and too many regulations and work to fix that. As you've heard through the testimony, we think that this legislative body at the Wyoming legislature have never in fact authorized many of the fees happening on development right now. We think the legislature needs to continue to dig. Policy can be reviewed. Policy should be transparent. We can ask what has worked. We can also ask what hasn't worked. If the goal is housing, then it should be acceptable to ask whether our local government, whom we all respect, may have built a mousetrap of regulations that charge high fees, effectively taxing or discouraging the growth from our private sector and in the kinds of homes that we want our children to live in. We here at Freedom Path 307 are still here and willing to be part of that conversation and a Wyoming solution. Thank you.
Questions? All right.
Hello, Chairman, members of the task force. My name is Claire Stumpf. I'm the Advocacy Director for Shelter JH. Shelter JH builds grassroots support and political power so locals can live where they work in the Tetons. And we're the only housing advocacy group in Northwest Wyoming, and we make sure that those who, again, work locally can live and retire locally. Here's what our members would like you to know. Our community really is deteriorating. Families are affected when schools close because teachers can't make it over the pass. And we heard from some first responders who couldn't respond to critical emergencies as quickly as they would have if they had been able to live locally. And even if a family has managed to enter into a free market home in Jackson Hole, they're often forced out by property taxes, or they just watch as their friends move away one by one because they can't afford to stay. Furthermore, voters in Jackson Hole overwhelmingly support advancing solutions to our housing problem. They elect and re-elect leaders who prioritize implementing these solutions for the emergency, and we approved $80 million in public funds to address our housing problem last November. So it's really at the top of mind for most of us. And most importantly, we really need to keep our local decision-making local. Our voters, including our teachers, small business owners, nurses, first responders, know how to support our community in the best way. And we know how to further the solutions that are in desperate need of action. So thanks for your time. And any questions?
Questions for Claire? Claire, thank you very much. Mr. Lockhart. Folks, 2 more chairs open. It's 12:17. Just thought I'd let you know. Floor is yours, Mr. Lockhart.
Mr. Co-chair, senators, member of the committee. I'm Kelly Lockhart with Lockhart Cattle Company. You're going to hear this afternoon, I think, about solutions on a spectrum from government involvement and private versus private sector from the Harvard Growth Lab. I'm sure you've all gone through that. There are different ways to solve problems. And I would argue that we need all the solutions that are possible. But we know from the testimony today that we have not solved the problem in Teton County. We have about 9,000 commuters every day coming from Idaho and coming from other counties. We are short about 2,000 to 3,000, maybe 3,500 units currently. That's the data. We also know that prior to 1990, you've heard testimony that we really didn't have that much of a problem. The problem has its nexus in for several reasons, but it is basic economics of supply and demand. prior to 1990, you've also heard that we had subdivisions created. We had single-family subdivisions. We had zoning that was appropriate. That changed in 1990. The government decided on more regulation, stricter zoning standards, and a restriction of supply with constant demand, which we locally can't control. So, as I said, this particular policy has not worked. And we don't really know what it would have looked like had the private sector been allowed to solve this problem. But I'm here before you to argue that perhaps we would have been better off. And that's why I'm here in front of you, because Wyoming is going to face this issue. As several people have said, this issue is coming to a neighborhood near you. You've heard from Cody, you've heard from Pinedale, you've heard, from other areas. So you have seen what has happened over 3 decades in Teton County. So I would argue that this is a state issue and that you have the purview to try to help solve this for the state. And I would also argue that we are in Wyoming and that you err on the side of free enterprise, market solutions, less taxes, and less government. In answer to some of your questions, there is land available in Teton County. Everyone says it's 97% government. That's true. But there are thousands of acres available for development. Some of that's not appropriate for development. You heard the mayor of Cody saying, he's trying to get 77 acres. There are hundreds of acres adjacent to the town of Jackson where landowners want to try to help solve the problem. The issue is that there's not land. There is land. The issue is that there's not the private sector. There are. The issue is that there are roadblocks and regulations and zoning that are causing the problem. You've heard from very capable individuals today with well-intentioned, good intentions to solve the problem. The government is spending millions of dollars. There's 4 projects. They buy land. Sometimes it's zoned appropriately. Sometimes they change the zoning. Their last acquisition was $28 million. And what I read in the paper last week, the discussion at the commission level, is they're going to change the zoning of that property. Well, that's great. Do you think they're going to get the zoning approval? Some of that zoning will allow for commercial development. And they have built commercial development with public dollars in the past. Is that the role of government? To compete with the private sector to build commercial development? We are saddled with mitigation rates, with fees associated with permitting, with delays that create uncertainty. You've heard from several people today. The government by nature is inefficient. And yet it is sapping up capacity. Capital. We've heard that there's limited materials, limited builders. Well, if the government has 4 projects going and multi-million-dollar projects, then that makes it more difficult for the private sector to help.
mean, we're competing against a government that doesn't play by the same rules that we would be required to play by. That's why we're here asking for your help. Because I don't think that it is good for the state to have that across other communities. The goal is to broaden the tax, to diversify the economy and broaden the tax base. Montana has said we're okay, come see us. And people are doing that. We have restaurateurs that are open, restaurants in Big Sky and in Bozeman. We have architectural firms that are opening offices in Montana. We're not broadening the tax base. Senator Bebout asked the question about taxes. I happen to have done a little bit of work on it. I developed a building some time ago, and I was required to build a deed restricted unit, which I did as part of the approval process. It was a mixed use building. My property tax on that particular unit is about $1 a foot. I'm rounding, and these are ballpark numbers. So, but my property tax is about $1 a foot. I have a market unit next to the deed restricted unit, and I pay about $8.50 a foot. So it's about 8.5 times on a per square foot basis on the building that I'm aware of. Expand that or extrapolate that to 1,500 units. The square footage numbers are kind of hard to grasp. I've talked to Ms. Norton about that, and it's, you know, that data is a little hard to gather. But it's, when I did my rough calculations, if they're about 1,500 square feet, I come up with a disparity of somewhere around 15, maybe $20 million a year of taxes that are not being collected on deed restricted units versus market units. And oh, by the way, Teton County, and I'm sure Mr. Bebout or one of you will be able to help me, we're what they call a recapture district. So I think we send about $53 million to the state that then gets spread around and doesn't actually go to our school districts. Well, these deed restricted units are costing the state, if you will, $15 to $20 million. And again, these are rough numbers. Don't hold me to them. Now extrapolate that over 10 years, or since most of these deed restrictions are infinite, then extrapolate that over the life of these projects. I could speak for a lot longer. I know that you're under a time constraint, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, that was a very well thought out, articulated speech. I wish I had some of those skills in the legislature. You were hitting on a lot of things across the board, and I agreed with just about everything you said. You know, freedom, free markets, get the government sort of in their place, in their lane. It's not the role of the government to turn into a developer effectively, is what I read from that. And my takeaway from everything today is essentially, you know, I'm hearing a few notes here that I wrote down. This is what we want. You know, I'm not sure who we is on a lot of those cases. I assume it's the powers that be within your local government there. And to me, it looks like the local government is sort of the ringmaster here on the growth, the direction of your town. And until, you know, as far as where we sit from the legislature, I'm with you. All the rules I want to make aligns with you. More freedom, less government, less restriction, less regulation. Until you change your guards there in Teton County, I don't see the solution. So thank you for your testimony today. It was very good.
So I think there was a question there. I'm going to answer it even maybe
You agree.
there wasn't. So the goal here of all governments is health, safety, and welfare. I think that's in the statute for county and municipalities, and obviously the state government. So when we have our healthcare providers that are not in the community, I've had people in the local hospital tell me, look, if you get hurt and you come to the hospital, we have a very good hospital and they do a great job. They tell me, you know, if you need emergency surgery, there may not be a scrub nurse in the OR because they don't live here. You've heard the sheriff's department saying, you know, we live 45 minutes away. So this is a health, safety, and welfare issue. What can you do? You can, and I hesitate to say this, do like other states in terms of regulatory reduction to be able to help our healthcare providers, our sheriff's department, our teachers be able to live in our community. I gave a speech a few years ago at the Business Alliance, and I said, everyone has to be working in the same direction. The educational institutions, the state legislature, the local municipalities, they have to be working in the same direction. And I would argue that it is your role to promulgate rules or have statutory authority to be able to make sure that the state is moving in the same direction. And so I understand there's some hesitation because I would love to have local control also. But if the educational facilities in the state weren't moving in the direction that the state wanted to go, you guys you'd find a way to kind of prod them along. So I would argue that you have a role in this. And I hope that you work on it. Montana did, Idaho did. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. It's 12:32 and I got one person left and I'm going to give you a couple minutes right here and then we're going to go to lunch.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, and the members of the task force. I will try to be brief as I'm like you, I could use a bite to eat. My name is Dan Dorsch, Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity of Laramie County. A lot of people have said all the things I was going to say, so I will just give you some examples of some of those things I said when it comes to housing in Wyoming and the approach we need to take, which is a multi-layer, local through state to federal, and multi-solution approach. One single thing isn't going to solve everything. So one way we can do is incentivize. That's been said a lot this morning. And I'll give you an example of one incentive. The City of Cheyenne City Council is close to passing an ordinance to create a building permit fee reimbursement program that if you build income restricted housings within city limits, you can apply to get your building permit fee reimbursed to you. Now, it's not a huge fee, but it can help. And especially if you layer that incentive on top of a program, say LIHTC or a home from the WCDA, then you're layering those incentives to help lower costs. I also feel the state, there's some financial responsibility from the state as well, which I applaud the JAC for setting aside $10 million of ARPA funding last session for affordable housing projects. We need to be able to leverage those dollars. And the state of Wyoming is one of 3 states in the country that does not have a state housing trust fund. There was a bill that was going to create one of those last session. It didn't get out of committee, but theoretically, if it would have set aside that $15 million, there would have been $10 million of leveraged funds for those ARPA funds for affordable housing projects. And I will also mention public-private partnerships need to happen as well. They've been mentioned today as too. Another example of those is the City of Cheyenne has applied on our behalf for a ARPA affordable housing project. And so the city is applying on our behalf for us to hopefully create 30 affordable units and bring a supermarket to downtown Cheyenne. That project is going to be allowed to layer multiple funding from federal, state, and city level. So I applaud you looking into regulation for the state for housing. And lastly, I will say, as far as solutions, the market can be a solution, but unless we reduce our zoning regulations on a city level, the market won't help as much as we think we will, because we need to be able to build more dense, and we need to be able to create more opportunity for builders to build more profitable. And we can't do that without reducing our zoning regulations on a local level. And so maybe that's something the state can look at, is how to incentivize municipalities who do reduce their zoning to a certain density to allow more houses to be built. And with that, I stand for questions, and thank you for your time.